Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Dear President of the Senate, change in membership of Joint Select Committee. I wish to advise that at a sitting held on Wednesday, November the 17th, 2021, the House of Representatives agreed to the following resolution. Be it resolved that the House of Representatives agree to the following appointments. Mr. David Lee, in lieu of Ms. Anita Haynes, on the Joint Select Committee on Energy Affairs. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the Senate be informed of this decision at the earliest convenience, please. Thank you. Respectfully, Mr. Esmond Ford, Deputy Speaker of the House.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives, petitions, papers.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The annual report of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited for fiscal year 2017 and the annual administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority for the period 2018-2019. I thank you.
Reports from committees.
Senator De Freitas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to present the following reports as listed on the order paper in the name of Senator Dr. Varma Deyalsingh. The second report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on an inquiry into the efficiency and effectiveness of the National Insurance Appeals Tribunal, with specific focus on the tribunal's capacity to dispose of appeals. First session 2020-2021, 12th Parliament. The third report of the Joint Select Committee on Local Authorities, Service Commissions, and Statutory Authorities, including the THA, on an inquiry into the administration of the Children's Life Fund Authority, first session 2020-2021, 12th Parliament.
Urgent questions.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Health, can the Minister indicate when healthcare workers who are eligible for receiving the additional dose of the COVID-19 vaccine will receive safe?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the protection of healthcare workers against COVID-19 has always been and will continue to be a priority of the Ministry of Health. We have always provided them with the highest grade of PPE, training, policies, and manuals, and we have never run out of PPE. On February 7, 2021, we started an education session with all stakeholders, TTMA, TTRNA, UB, RHAs, NGOs, addressing the topic of vaccine hesitancy. We prioritize healthcare workers for the first batch of vaccines. We received 2,000 doses from Barbados on February the 11th, WHO approved it, EUL, on February 15th, and we started vaccinating healthcare workers on February 17th as a priority. In phase 1, when we got large amounts of vaccines, on April the 7th, we again prioritized healthcare workers. The additional doses that the honorable member is asking about is already available to healthcare workers, according again to WHO protocols who fall into those subcategories of persons who are moderately to severely immunocompromised. So it's not that when are we going to start, it's already available to any healthcare worker who falls into the categories that we have published and known to them once they are moderately to severely immunocompromised. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Honourable Minister, for the purposes of information, identify the subcategories of workers within the healthcare system who are eligible for receiving this second dose?
Minister.
Thank you. So according to WHO protocols, persons who have active cancers, if they are on dialysis, if they are immunocompromised in any way, taking immunosuppressant drugs for conditions like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, etc., persons who may have HIV, all those conditions that lead to anybody being moderately to severely immunocompromised have been receiving their additional shots. To date, including healthcare workers, we have administered over 12,000 additional shots. So the process began almost about 2 weeks ago.
Senator Mark.
And may I ask the Honourable Minister, in terms of nursing personnel who are literally at the front line in the battle against COVID-19, can the Minister indicate to this House what percentage at this present time of the nursing staff would have received their second dose, Madam President?
Minister.
Thank you. The member is now fishing for supplementals because he has nowhere to go with this line of questioning. And it's so sad. It's so sad to see the UNC floundering once again on this issue of vaccination. But I will answer. The number of nurses who are fully vaccinated at this point in time is estimated to be around 65%. The number of doctors who are considered to be fully vaccinated at this point in time is somewhere between 95 to 98%. And those are the percentages that we are working with. I'm sorry to burst the senator's bubble, but...
I have no question. Thank you very much.
Questions on notice, questions for all answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Then there are 6 questions for oral response on the order paper, and the government will respond to all 6. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Question number 5 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, with respect to part 1 of the question, yes, the agreements have been terminated. With respect to part 2 of the question, the agreements were terminated on August the 5th, 2021.
Madam President, can the Honourable Minister briefly explain to this Honourable Senate the basis for determination, the termination, Madam President, of the said agreement?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question.
Madam President, now that we have been advised that it has been terminated on the 15th of August.
5th.
On the 5th of August, I beg your pardon. Madam President, can we get from the Honorable Minister whether that was unilaterally exercised by the government?
Minister?
This funding agreement is a funding agreement amongst the shareholders of Atlantic LNG, so the government had no role to play in that.
Senator Mark?
Okay, ma'am, I'll go to question
Next
6.
question. Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 6 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, NGC, as a Train 1 shareholder and in consultation with the government, made the decision to invest in Train 1. This is invest in the turnaround and maintenance of Train 1 in 2021, based on the most complete commercial information available, with careful analysis of current and projected market conditions and the potential long-term value to be derived from maintaining the operability of the facility. NGC covered the entire cost for the turnaround and maintenance of Train 1 in 2021 based on the following. 1, the opportunity to utilize any uncommitted gas purchased from the upstream to keep Train 1 in operation rather than shut down the train's operations. 2, NGC would be entitled to 100% of the LNG produced, which would have provided the company with the opportunity to recover all costs remitted for the Train 1 tar turnaround activities and make an upside margin given the increase in LNG prices in 2021. 3, investment in Train 1 equaled an investment in NGC's portfolio diversification, as the company has built a marketing and trading portfolio to independently sell its equity cargoes from upstream and downstream investments in oil, natural gas liquids, methanol, and LNG. 4, natural gas is projected to have a major role to play in the future of the global energy sector due to its low carbon output relative to other fossil fuels. This means that LNG will continue to be an important economic driver for Trinidad and Tobago well into the future. Seeking to maintain the operability of Train 1 ensures the country has maximum LNG production capacity to capitalize on current and future market opportunities. And 5, consideration was given to the role of LNG and potential new market opportunities for Trinidad and Tobago in the evolving global energy landscape. The cost of keeping the train available to accept gas to support its operations and the need to keep the facility viable amidst ongoing unitization discussions, the outcome of which would have a bearing on the future of the train.
Senator Mark?
All right, Mr. Roberts will announce.
Senator Roberts?
The Honorable Minister states that this best advice that was received by NGC, having produced devastating results, is the government now still utilizing the services of those who advised this decision against the other shareholders, and 2,
no,
did
Senator,
the contract
Senator Roberts, you're entitled to one
All right,
question
I thought
at
it
a
was
time.
B. Thank you.
Minister?
Madam President, the question is misguided. There was no absolutely devastating result to NGC. In fact, NGC, as they will announce in their results very shortly, are very much in the profitability range. In fact, an interesting analysis...
Senator, please. Continue, Minister.
Don't expect them to be able to understand. In fact, one of the things that an interesting analysis was done recently, that if in fact the gas that the downstreamers on the petchem side were not committing themselves to take at the time in 2021 had gone into Train 1, it would have resulted in billions of dollars in profitability to NGC as a result of the sale of the LNG cargoes. Of course, the global commodity markets change, in particular ammonia and methanol, whereas at the time prices were below $200 a metric ton for ammonia and methanol. Right now, prices for methanol are over $450 a metric ton, and for ammonia, over $1,000 a metric ton. Therefore, the petchem users of gas took the gas rather than allow NGC the opportunity to run it through Train 1, which would have been profitable.
Senator Roberts.
So, Honorable Minister, would you say, as you stated in the Senate, that 233 million TT dollars was lost on this advice and this decision? Would you not consider that devastating? And if so, what figure would be devastating to lose on a decision?
Senator Roberts.
400 million in life support.
Minister, please. Senator Roberts, those two questions are not allowed. Is there any? Yes, Senator Mark?
Yeah, Madam President, can I ask the Honourable Minister, in light of the monies that were lost, over 200 million, can the Honourable Minister indicate the contractors who would have been involved in this turnaround / maintenance project involving Train 1, Madam President?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed. Do you have any more?
Yeah, Madam President, the Minister did make mention about the turnaround and the maintenance.
Are you asking another question?
Yeah, I'm just asking,
yes,
through you, Madam President,
yes,
whether the Minister will be prepared to provide the Senate with any information as it relates to the contractors who were involved in this particular turnaround maintenance exercise. That is what I'm trying to clarify.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, Atlantic LNG is a commercial outfit that is not owned by the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I think that point needs to be made. NGC is a 10% shareholder in Train 1 and an 11% shareholder in Train 4. There are other shareholders involved. It is a private commercial entity, and therefore that information is not within the government's purview.
Do we have another?
Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 7 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, in accordance with the Train 1 gas supply contract, BPTT has historically been the only supplier of natural gas to Atlantic Train 1. In September 2020, BPTT met with the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries on the following: results of their infill drilling program, constraints in gas supply, plans going forward, gas supply to Train 1 beyond December 2020 contract expiration. While concerns were raised by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the matter was deferred to other ongoing negotiations, and a firm decision was not yet divulged. In fact, what we had happen is, as NGC believed they had found further supplies of natural gas in their portfolio, that was then, shortly after the decision was made, BPTT then came forward and said they would be able to, they will not be able to provide another 100 million scuffs, and took that out of the equation. Madam President, it should also be appreciated that BP and Shell are the sole shareholders in Trains 2 and 3 of Atlantic LNG, and therefore they would be the entities making money from Trains 2 and 3, whereas NGC would make money from Train 1. Gas could be supplied in reduced volumes to Trains 2 and 3 to allow gas to have been supplied to Train 1, allowing it to be preserved and used. But these other shareholders, of course, profit more from putting their gas through Trains 2 and 3.
Senator Mark.
To indicate to this House what were some of the factors or circumstances that influenced the belief, as he has described it, that the NGC would have received gas for Train 1, Madam President?
Minister.
Madam President, I actually answered that exact question on the last occasion I was here in the Senate. Senator Mark had asked the same question. So just to put it back into context, at the time you had downstream petchem plants indicating to NGC as far back as December 2020 that they had no commercial contracts for the taking of the gas from NGC that they were supposed to be supplied with. There were no contracts in place. They were negotiating those contracts. Those petchem plants indicated that they would not take the gas if they couldn't reach commercial terms. So therefore, NGC in turn purchases gas from upstreamers on take or pay So if they don't take the gas from the upstreamers, BP, Shell, EOG, BHP, and others, it would mean they would have to pay for the gas nevertheless. So at the time, there was a potential availability of gas if these petchem firms, the ammonia and methanol producers, did not use the gas. As I just explained, the energy commodity markets changed. So whereas there were low ammonia and methanol prices, and the point Lisa was saying they didn't want the gas, of course, when the prices went very high, they have taken every molecule of gas they can take at this time.
Next question, Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Madam President, number 28 to the Minister of National Security. Please, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, in response to part one of the question, the DNA testing lab at the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center has not obtained international accreditation. However, preliminary documents such as the terms of reference and requests for quotations have been drafted. Madam President, notwithstanding, through the use of external services, the evidence provided by the Forensic Science Center has always been accepted without any legal challenge. In response to the second part, Madam President, the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service did not expend any monies on DNA testing at private labs during the financial year 2020-2021.
Medial.
Minister, can you provide this Parliament with the names of the approved private labs to whom DNA samples could be sent to for testing?
Senator Lakshmi Dayal, that question does not arise.
Minister, based on your answer, is it that no samples were submitted during financial year 2020 to 2021?
Minister.
Madam President, that is certainly not what I said. I said the Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center as well as the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service did not expend any monies on DNA testing at private laboratories during the financial year 2020 to 2021.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Can the Minister indicate if the Trans-Tobago Police Service or the Trans-Tobago Forensic Science Center is currently indebted to any private laboratories for DNA testing?
Minister.
Madam President, I'm not in a position to provide that information.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Can the Minister, I have one more supplemental.
You have one more?
Thank you. Can the Minister indicate what is the next step after the request for quotations? What is the next step in the process of accreditation for the Forensic Science Center?
No, I won't allow that question, Senator Lakshmi Dayal. Next question.
Madam President, question number 29 to the Minister of National Security.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, immigrants caught entering Trinidad and Tobago's borders illegally are taken to the nearest health center for testing, and thereafter they are transferred to the quarantine facility, where they undergo a routine intake procedure as well as monitoring by the county medical officer of health. Additionally, all undocumented or illegal immigrants detained by the police for inquiries who exhibit flu-like symptoms or who are the primary contact of a COVID-19 case, a positive COVID-19 case, are subjected to PCR testing.
Illegal immigrants are taken to the health center, whether the test performed is a PCR test or the rapid antigen test that is done at the health center.
Madam President, I'm not in a position to indicate. I wouldn't guess. But they are taken to the center for testing and then transferred to a quarantine facility where they undergo a routine procedure, intake procedure, and they are monitored by the county medical officer of health.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Minister, could you indicate how many quarantine facilities there are designated to holding illegal immigrants who are caught entering our borders and where they are located?
No, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, one question.
Guided, Madam President. How many facilities are there?
Madam President, I'm not in a position to provide that information.
I know.
Senator Mark.
President, can I ask the Honourable Minister if he can provide the answers to these questions in writing at a subsequent sitting? Because I know they have placed you in a position where you can't answer properly because you're not the minister. But, Madam President, through you, I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister if he can be so kind to make available in writing at the next sitting.
Minister.
Madam President, I'll have to guess what response Senator Mark is referring to.
Two responses to the question that was raised, and you did confess you were unable to answer. I'm just asking if you can make in writing, put in writing the responses in time for the next sitting of the Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Before I undertake to do so, I would just say that my response was not necessarily because I don't have access to the information or if it's not available. The question is so far, the supplemental is so far from the original question that it's inconceivable that I could have that information here with me. But having said that, Senator Mark, having said that, I undertake to provide the responses to the two supplementals in writing.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Question number 30 to the Honourable Minister.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, in September 2021, 34 Venezuelan nationals were apprehended as a result of their illegal breach of the country's borders and illegal entry. They were temporarily detained at the Mayaro police station. Then they were transferred to the quarantine facility at the heliport in Chaguaramas. All of the Venezuelan nationals were administered PCR tests on the day of the arrest, and one person tested positive for COVID-19. Thank you.
Senator Lakshmi Dayal.
Can the Minister indicate, subsequent to that positive test, how many officers of the Mayaro police station were placed in quarantine?
Senator Lakshmi Dayal, that question does not arise.
That's it. Can the Minister indicate then how long those 34 nationals who were detained at Mayaro police station, how long they spent at the Mayaro police station before being transferred to the heliport?
Senator Lakshmi Dayal, that question also does not arise.
That's it, Madam President.
Thank you very much.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Senator Vieira. May I ask, please take your seat. Please take your seat, Senator Naked. Senator Leiter, please take your seat. If you are leaving the chamber, can you do so quietly? There's no need for that, what I am hearing from you. Can you just leave, please? Senator Naked, please take your seat. Senator Leiter, please, I ask you to leave quietly, and I ask you please to do so without saying anything to the chair.
Thank you. Madam President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas all senators have a duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament and defend it against disrespect. And whereas failure to uphold the dignity of Parliament by disregarding its rules, by using unparliamentary language, by disobeying and ignoring the authority of the presiding officer, diminishes and erodes public confidence in said institution. And whereas conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede members in the discharge of their duties is a breach of privilege. And whereas all opposition senators who were present at the meeting of the Electoral College on the 21st of October 2021 made abusive and malicious assertions, imputed false and improper motives, and cast negative reflections on the character and impartiality of all independent senators during said proceedings of the Electoral College and in the media. Be it resolved that this Senate censure the unparliamentary conduct of said opposition senators who by threat or molestation have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with said independent senators in the performance of their duties. And be it further resolved that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. Before getting to the substantive motion, it is important at the outset to be clear about four things. First, I have nothing against the UNC opposition. This is not about choosing between red, yellow, or any color. I am the same towards all. I neither dislike nor favor any political party. This is about Trinidad and Tobago and taking a stand on behalf of Parliament. The outcome of this motion should stand as a warning that unparliamentary behavior is unacceptable. Having said that, it's indisputable that the opposition went for their guns to shoot me and the other independents and then conveniently arranged themselves into a circular firing squad. They have every right to be concerned, because if the Senate wants, they can all be suspended, even expelled. But that is not what I am asking for. When I speak of censure, all I am asking for is for the Senate to collectively express its disapproval and condemnation of unparliamentary conduct. To be clear, I am not calling for anyone's suspension or expulsion. Secondly, this motion was avoidable. When Ria Tate sought my views regarding the tumultuous sitting of the Electoral College, memorable for all the wrong reasons, I was angry. In fact, I was furious. But I had not committed to taking this step. Resolve came after the opposition noise machine began heaping insult onto injury. Thirdly, it needs to be remembered that unlike government and the opposition, independent senators do not comprise a party. We are 9 separate and distinct persons. We do not caucus. We are not a team. We stand alone. So when caught in the crosshairs of political parties and partisan interest groups. Save for our immediate family and closest friends, there aren't many we can count on for support. We suffer, we take our blows alone. And fourthly, it is important not to confuse this motion, which deals with unbecoming conduct, with the now extinct motion to remove the president. The two matters are separate and distinguishable. This motion is concerned with upholding the dignity of Parliament. It is concerned with ensuring a safe zone for senators to conduct parliamentary business without molestation. Honourable Senators, there are two resolutions falling for consideration when voting on this motion. First, whether to censure the opposition for unparliamentary conduct, and secondly, whether we should consider the establishment of a code of ethical conduct and behaviour. There are three aspects of unparliamentary conduct that bear particular attention. First, when opposition senators failed to uphold the dignity of Parliament and brought it into disrepute by disregarding and disrespecting the Speaker during the sitting of the Electoral College. Secondly, when members of the independent bench were molested by opposition senators during that sitting. And thirdly, after the sitting, when opposition senators and their agents molested members of the independent bench by making abusive and malicious assertions, by imputing false and improper motives, and by casting negative reflections on us in the media. Turning now to unbecoming conduct in relation to the Speaker. Senators Naked and Roberts, as former sportsmen, both know that if you fret with the ref after he has made his call, if you challenge the ref's decision, if you insult the ref, you can get a red card and be sent off the field. When the rules of the game are broken, you are not allowed to continue playing. You must leave the pitch. The same applies where the presiding officer is concerned. Now, I'm not going to belabor the law because all of us here are deemed to know that the presiding officer represents the authority and embodiment of Parliament. In her guidelines, the Speaker made clear that the motion of the opposition leader would not be reread, and this was reiterated in her rulings. Now, whether one agrees or disagrees with the Speaker's guidelines and rulings, her authority is final and must be respected. Moreover, it is a notable act of contempt to cast negative reflections on the presiding officer, whether expressly or impliedly. According to Hansard, and this may be an opportune time to remind members that where matters are memorialized in Hansard, no investigation is necessary. As the official report, the official record of what occurred, its validity is beyond question. A reading of Hansard reveals how Senators Naked, Roberts, and their opposition colleagues disregarded the Speaker's rulings and reflected negatively on her authority. At page 12, Senator Roberts, Madam Speaker, please, I would like a response. Maybe I am talking too softly because I do not have a mic. I would like to know what I'm about to vote on. I was not privileged to be in the other place. I have not heard the motion. I would like the motion to be read for the benefit of all honourable senators present so that we can vote properly on what we are hearing. At page 17, Madam Chair, Are you hearing me? I am not hearing. At page 18, I would like to know what to vote on, please. Could you rule, please? This is a very serious issue. I cannot hear the motion. I have not heard the motion, and you are not responding or ruling, Madam Chair. At pages 23 and 24, why the speaker mic is on? Turn off the speaker mic. At page 25, Senator Mark thunders, this is a death to democracy. Really. I'm so disappointed with Senator Mark. I expected more from a former speaker who espouses how much he cherishes Parliament as an institution. At page 27, Senator Leiter, Madam Chair, we in the opposition Senate have not had the luxury to have heard our leader deliver the motion. So you have reduced us to having to toe the line with those in the lower house, and we have not been able to hear them vote here today. So we don't even know what we are voting. At page 29, can somebody, I could not hear, but somebody down here seemed to say what the vote was because I have to toe the line. We did not hear our leader speak today. At page 15, Madam Chairman, these guidelines have been foisted on us, and the manner in which we are proceeding today is unconstitutional. Madam Chair, it is a breach of our democracy. Not my words. And here we have Senator Nackett at page 4. This is the most undemocratic proceedings we have ever seen in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. At page 11, he tells the Speaker, we do not agree with your guidance. And at page 17, Madam Chair, your ruling, your guidelines have indicated, and then of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, that you need to show more impartiality to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago and to this honorable Parliament. But you are not doing that, Madam Chair. And we will not allow you, as the opposition of this country, to do so. Really? Page 27. Madam Chair, you singularly has brought that chair into a position of ridicule today. He would tell a ref that? Let's now consider whether the opposition's behavior at the Electoral College was an affront to the decorum and dignity of Parliament, thereby bringing it into disrepute. Now, I acknowledge that the adversarial nature of parliamentary proceedings allows for a level of boisterous banter. But there's a line to be drawn between what is acceptable and what is unbecoming conduct. The realities of the situation plainly reveal that the opposition didn't just cross the line, they went deep into forbidden territory. And this occurred in full view of everyone, not just those of us who were present physically on the day, but the country, the world. Because the sitting was broadcast live, there were repeat broadcasts, and it's available online. There is little room for doubt that the cacophony that day, and cacophony is the absolutely right word. When you look at the definition of cacophony, blare, clamor, din, strident noise, and loud, confusing, disagreeable sounds. The cacophony that day constitutes disorderly and unbecoming conduct, which is both a breach of privilege and a contempt of Parliament. Now, I have since been contacted by ambassadors, judges, and MPs from other parliaments who could not believe what they were seeing and what they were hearing. Attempts to label the chair, persistent disregard for the chair's authority, and disorderly and unbecoming conduct on the part of the opposition. They commiserated with me about the depths to which our parliament, long regarded as a shining light throughout the Caribbean and the Commonwealth, the depths to which our parliament seems to have fallen. Citizens have also contacted me, many expressing disappointment and dismay at the opposition's vaudeville theatrics. Senator Mark's pantomime of holding up a sign while melodramatically pressing the mic button for the light to come on. Others pretending not to know what they're voting on. All playing a part in the charade, whether by booing, heckling, thumping their desk loudly, and repeatedly interrupting the proceedings. Our esteemed parliament had been reduced to parlor games and a comedy show. What grieves me is that a school teacher had assembled her students to watch the historic event. What they saw, what they heard was excruciating. The example shown by the opposition to impressionable children was one of disobedience, rudeness, and disrespect.
Senator Vieira, I just need to caution you on the motion at hand. Yes.
Thank you. I'll be guided. Thank you. We have hit rock bottom when a child asks a teacher, "Miss, will they get detention for what they're doing?" Turning now to the opposition's molestation of the independent bench. Again, it goes without saying, because we are all deemed to know, that to molest members on account of their conduct in Parliament is a contempt. Particulars of law, particulars of the parliamentary practice may be found in May's Parliamentary Practice, 24th edition, at page 262 under the rubric Molestation, Reflections, and Intimidation. It is a contempt, whether by assault, by insulting or abusive language, by written imputations, or by inciting the readers of newspapers. It is also a breach of the standing orders to use offensive and insulting language about members of either chamber, to make an imputation of improper motives against any member, or to make an offensive reference to a member's private affairs. Now, before getting to specific acts of molestation, a point to take notice of is that, as recognized by the Wooding Constitution Commission, the independents represent a wide cross-section of interests and are called upon to examine proposed laws from our special viewpoints. Our duty is to thoroughly explore the good and bad features of legislation and to speak and vote on matters without fear or favor. A reading of the record provides clear evidence of acts of molestation and the imputation of improper motives by opposition senators against members of the independent bench during the sitting of the Electoral College. When Senator Timmel cast his vote, Senator Roberts shouted, "You're just like them PNM." When Senator Thompson Ahi cast her vote, Senator Roberts proclaimed, "She should go up for Port of Spain South." When Senator Welch cast his vote, the refrain from Senator Roberts was, "Singing for your supper. This country's sweet too bad. Sing for your supper." He was not being complimentary about Senator Welch's singing. He was making a derogatory jab to the effect that he was voting on behalf of someone else in order to get something in return. I could just tell you, having been appointed to this bench by 2 presidents, including a president when the opposition was in power, let me put on record that neither president has ever contacted me, has ever asked me to speak, to vote on anything in any particular way. They don't do that. When Senator Dylan Remy cast a vote, Senator John shrieked, "PNM!" This after having apologized to Senator Dylan Remy and the independent bench on the 13th of December 2020 for certain remarks which were widely reported in the newspapers following passage of the procurement bill. I will let history judge whether Senator John was sincere or not when she advised that at no time did she mean any harm, ill will, or disrespect to any independent senator, and by extension, the Senate. But it was Senator C. Prasad who suffered the most. Once again, Senator Roberts leading the charge of the noise brigade. As her name was called, Senator Roberts stood up to question whether she should recuse herself. Undaunted by the chair's rulings, he persisted. "Madam, respectfully, I would like to know on this vote about independence. If independent Senator C. Prasad, if this sister issue involves her sister, should she recuse herself from this vote?" Desk thumping. Now, while some members of the opposition bench were more prominent with the heckling and the insults, all were involved in the charade. Whether by booing, pounding the tables, and adding to the general cacophony. All engaged in the conduct amounting to an improper interference with the free performance by members of the independent bench. Whether done collectively or singly, this amounts to molestation. To the commentator who suggested that this may just have been picong, let me say that picong and good-natured heckling between friends is not meant to traumatize.
Second, can I ask the member whose device that is to leave the chamber? You can return in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Traumatize is the only word I can use to describe the effect of the opposition's behavior on Senator C. Prasad. As a person who walked Senator C. Prasad to her car after the event, I can tell you she was fearful, anxious, confused. There is a big difference between experiencing something and just witnessing it. To suggest that this was picong is to materially misdescribe the entire situation. We need to recognize the behavior for what it was. Unparliamentary conduct intended to insult, embarrass, and obstruct independent senators whilst performing our duties as members of the Electoral College. It was behavior intended to disrupt the proceedings. It was behavior intended to cower and to bully members of the independent bench. Well, I believe we must stand up against bullies and fight back. Besides attempting to bully the independents on how we should vote, all the put-downs, the boos, the insults, and the attempts to devalue us, they all hang on the same thread. The imputation that we are not independent. This is both a breach of privilege and a contempt of Parliament. And it was not just Senator C. Prasad who was traumatized by the day's events. There were all levels of trauma. It would have been traumatic for the Speaker, violently trying to maintain order whilst not taking the bait to remove anyone from the House, lest it trigger a walkout and more grandstanding. It was traumatizing for the independents. None of us expected to be made into a piñata and publicly humiliated. And it was traumatizing for the clerk of the House and the parliamentary staff. Madam President, it was traumatizing for the country. Regrettably, the bullying and the molestation of independent senators did not end after the sitting of the Electoral College. For speaking truth to power and questioning whether her ill-fated motion to remove the president was doomed to fail, the leader of the opposition unleashed her supporters to rain political blows on me and on the independent bench. Really? In the same breath as the opposition bemoans the death of free speech, they demean and diminish the independent bench in connection with their parliamentary conduct. Really? Is the opposition blind to the contradictions between their walk and their talk?
Vieira, I just want to caution you about the motion that is before us, which is dealing specifically with the opposition senators.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a distinction between...
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam President, I'm referring to molestation, acts of molestation in the media, but it was not just the opposition senators. It was also by the opposition's agents. And that too would constitute a breach of privilege, if I may.
I hear you, but and I know what the motion is, but you have to remember what the motion is calling for.
Yes.
And therefore, you also have to remember that the standing orders, as it relates to members of the other place, will still apply. Okay?
Yes. Well, I will just say that as to whether this motion is frivolous, vexatious, baseless, and without merit, let's see how the Senate votes. Before looking at the abusive and malicious assertions, the imputation of false and improper motives, and the negative reflections put out by the opposition in press releases and by the opposition senators in press releases and on social media, it may be helpful to develop some background. First, may I point out that time and again, both during debate and at Joint Select Committee meetings, I make it a point to offer words of encouragement and support to members of the opposition bench. I don't do this for thanks, to ingratiate myself with the opposition bench, or with any expectation of reciprocity. That would be a hope in defiance of all historical precedent. I do it, as all crusaders like me are wont to do, because I value the importance of an effective opposition. And it should be noted that on the occasions when I have taken a different position with the government, no one on the government bench has ever accused me of bias or of being a UNC. Now, I have a list of international cases on privilege, which I'm happy to share or expand on in my reply, but I will just refer to two, one local and one foreign. On the 8th of June, 1955, the Australian Committee on Privileges found 2 members guilty of a serious breach of privilege for publishing articles in the newspapers intended to influence and intimidate another member. Closer home, in 1993, the Committee of Privileges suspended Senators Capildeo and Hossain for publishing statements in the media found to be in breach of parliamentary privilege. In their concluding paragraph, the committee stated that, and I quote, "The Senate can only function when its dignity is upheld by all members and its rules followed. Your committee considers this to be a matter of grave concern to this House and to all who cherish and respect this institution, end of quote. Let's now explore some of the cynical and disrespectful comments emanating from opposition senators and their agents, including the increasingly strident calls for my appointment to be revoked as this debate grew closer. I'm not worrying with Senator Roberts, who is one to attack me on social media. We don't need to oxygenate his comments, as there's already enough evidence against him. Suffice to say that the loudest voice in the room is often the weakest voice in the room. In the Newsday dated 7 November 2021, the Member of Parliament for Naparima is reported to have called on the President to fire the entire bench of independent senators for voting against the opposition's leader's motion, which was defeated 47 to 24. That was blowback for filing this motion. It was an attempt to demean the independent bench in the eyes of the public by questioning the basis upon which we are chosen, begging the question, why the government appears always assured of getting bills passed in the Senate, the MP also imputes improper motives. In the Newsday dated 1 November 2021, the opposition's PRO in a guest column fulminates that these so-called independent senators want to play the role of the good colonials in dress-up. They apparently think democracy is a tea party or a march past. But besides being condescending, the opposition's PRO imputes improper motives when he suggests that the independent bench engaged in bad behavior by covering up misbehavior in public office. And he casts negative reflections where he asserts, scratch beneath the surface of this so-called elite and you see the real bad behavior. In a media release to all editors dated 23 October 2021, Senator Naked denounces Senator Richards and me as crusaders of old. He scolds my comments as hypocritical, well-clothed incivility that passes for independence. And he advises Senator Richards that the fish market stench she was complaining about may have been coming from his own stall. In a letter dated 24 October 2021, released into the public domain, Senator Lakshmi Dayal castigates me for, and I quote, displaying willful ignorance and not being able to spot the difference in certain matters, which would have been obvious to a first-year law student. I am chastised for having, quote, adopted a P&M style of attacking members of the opposition with baseless and unsubstantiated accusations delivered with aristocratic condescension, end of quote. Isn't that something? They behave badly, and when you call it out for what it is, they put you on trial. Classic abuse, classic bullying behavior, and blind to the gap between espoused values and their actions. I don't know if Senator Lakshmi Dayal thinks she scored points with her public remarks, but quite frankly, I think she only embarrassed herself because a number of senior practitioners have since called me expressing outrage at her statements, and 2 judges from the Court of Appeal have sent WhatsApp critical of her rudeness. One judge saying that I was treated in an uncivil manner by a senator who, as a junior attorney, should have tempered her language, and the other expressing horror at the lack of decorum and civility of parliamentarians. When one starts attacking people instead of ideas, it's a slippery slope. If the Senate agrees that these writings impute improper motives, were calculated to belittle the independent bench in the conduct of our parliamentary duties, and in my case, were intended to deter me from proceeding with this motion, they constitute acts of molestation and should be condemned. It's sad. It's sad when one has to bring a motion calling on parliamentarians to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament and defend it against disrespect. It's sad. It's sad when, for carrying oneself with pride and dignity and for showing courtesy and civility, one is characterized as colonial and an elite. Are we on a race to the bottom where incivility is paraded as a virtue? Clearly, I lack an appreciation of the finer points of bad behavior. But I'm not alone. Others share similar concerns. Consider, for example, the recent suggestion from the Hindu Women's Organization that it may be time to replace the watchword tolerance with the word respect in our national motto. If we compromise respect and appropriate behavior over the sake of our politics, we are lost. Which leads us to the resolution calling for a code of ethical conduct and behavior. A code of ethics is nothing new. Precedents will be found in the Legal Profession Act, the Mediation Act, the Architecture Profession Act, and the Urban and Regional Planning Profession Act. The Interparliamentary Union and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association both recommend having a code of ethics and conduct which will allow parliamentarians to demonstrate high standards of ethics consistent with our important public interest roles, which will deter and sanction unethical behavior by parliamentarians, and which will enhance the public's level of trust in the democratic political system. Ethics and good conduct are not old-fashioned values. They are rooted in pragmatism. It's not about being too nice, or about being good colonials in dress-up, or about thinking democracy is a tea party. It's about building and maintaining a culture which encourages healthy conflict. If parliamentary debates based on the adversarial system are to work effectively, there must be healthy conflict and adversarial integrity, which allows for grown-up conversation and constructive debate, no matter how politically charged, sensitive, or awkward the situation. No senator should feel unsafe when voting on a position and expressing a view. Because when senators are made to feel unsafe, they may hold back on useful opinions. And when that happens, when important contributions are bottled up, it is the country that suffers. Parliamentarians must have the confidence to be themselves, knowing that we will debate ideas. We will debate ideas instead of being subjected to ad hominem attacks, and knowing that the presiding officer can keep us safe when presenting new, challenging, and controversial ideas. A code of ethics will go a long way towards eliminating behaviors which are self-defeating and ineffective. But whether a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators is established or not, my insistence on higher standards remains non-negotiable. I am not going to sit here and be an idle spectator to the subversion, to the diminution of the discipline and decorum of this Parliament, and neither should you. I beg to move.
The motion requires a seconder.
Madam President, I beg to second the motion and reserve my right to speak at a later stage.
The motion has been seconded by Senator Richards. Honourable Senators, I will now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas all senators have a duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament and defend it against disrespect. And whereas failure to uphold the dignity of Parliament by disregarding its rules, by using unparliamentary language, by disobeying and ignoring the authority of the presiding officer, diminishes and erodes public confidence in said institution. And whereas conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede members in the discharge of their duties is a breach of privilege. And whereas all opposition senators who were present at the meeting of the Electoral College on October the 21st, 2021, made abusive and malicious assertions, imputed false and improper motives, and cast negative reflections on the character and impartiality of all independent senators during said proceedings of the Electoral College and in the media. Be it resolved that this Senate censure the unparliamentary conduct of said opposition senators who by threat or molestation have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with said independent senators in the performance of their duties. And be it further resolved that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. Acting Attorney General. Acting Attorney General, I remind you that you have 40 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I usually start my contributions in the Senate saying what a pleasure it is to be given the opportunity to contribute. Today is a day with a bit of a difference. I'd like to start by just placing on record what can only be described as a continuation of the complete disrespect, not only for the members of this Honorable Senate, but for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago this afternoon, in what I have just witnessed, with a level of surprise, disappointment, and disgust, to be honest. I have just witnessed at the beginning of this most important motion by an independent senator a walkout of the whole opposition bench, save for the leader, Senator Mark. And I want to start by putting that on record and putting that into the context that I ask the population as they look on at the debate this afternoon. That can be the starkest reminder of the complete lack of disrespect, the complete lack of respect by those members, not only to their colleagues in this House, but to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think it's important, even though, Madam President, you just referred to it, just to let the population know the very carefully chosen words of Senator Vieira in his motion that we're here to address this afternoon. Because as I read it, a lot of things and emotions welled and things struck me. And then also listening to the contribution of the mover of the motion, Senator Vieira, it reminded me of that dark day that has gone down in our history that I'll come to in a short while. So starting with the motion that we're here today to deal with, Madam President, that all senators have a duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament and defend it against disrespect. Well-chosen words, and no sensible person, certainly no sensible citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, can disagree with that opening verse. And whereas the failure to uphold the dignity of Parliament by disregarding its rules, by using unparliamentary language, by disobeying and ignoring the authority of the presiding officer, diminishes and erodes public confidence in the said institution. Very true. And unfortunately, we are seeing in recent times that that has become the playbook, the modus operandi of the opposition. Attack, denigrate, attempt to destroy institutions. We were seeing it. It's been a long run-up. But to see what happened on that day of October 21st and the behavior that I witnessed firsthand that I will recount for the population here today, it meant that they had brought that behavior into not only the House, not only the Senate, but a joint sitting of something called the Electoral College. And it is indefensible, unjustifiable, and despicable behavior that we witnessed there on the 21st of October, but also that we've witnessed once again in the repeat of the playbook with the disrespectful walkout by all of these opposition senators, save for Senator Mark, who has stayed behind. And as a citizen of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I denounce that behavior and call on all citizens, all right-thinking, civic-minded citizens, if you don't stand up now for what is right, with a body of persons, not elected, but selected, known as independent senators, then God help us as to what is going to come down the road. Because you see, unless we take stands along the way at important moments in our country's history, we would have missed the opportunity to let those who have no interest in country, but only self-serving agendas of trying to destroy what they're not in charge of, pass by, and one morning we will wake up and it will be too late. To share a personal view, Madam President, if you would allow me. Before I got involved in this world of politics, growing up, the body that I looked up to and I respected and I understood, coming from a household where little on politics was discussed, was this body that resided in the Senate called independent senators. And I can confess here now that as a young boy in school, one of the aspirations that I had was to be recognized as an independent senator one day. And the reason for that, as I'll get into the Constitution in a short while, is because independent senators are chosen by the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as being exemplars of what we as citizens should look up to be. And to have that body of senators who are all individuals, let us not forget that, all citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and individuals with persona, with feelings, with families, to witness what I witnessed on the 21st of October in a shocking, distasteful, disgusting attack on every single one of the independent senators chosen to represent the citizens' views and to speak for those who may have no voices, those outside of the political realm. It disturbed me. And to listen this afternoon to the mover of this motion describe and to hear the passion and the emotion in his voice as he recounted what took place, I place on the Hansard here this afternoon as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago that I remain disgusted with the opposition's behavior. I denounce their behavior, and they should be severely censored. I heard the independent senator say he's not asking for censure of their removal from the Senate, and no one is asking for that. Although sometimes I think it should happen. I looked on in the recent days, over the weekend, if I remember correctly, at an opposition press conference, once again launching attack on the same independent senators and the mover of the motion in particular. They learn nothing. They change nothing. They do nothing to promote the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, but spew destructive behavior. Madam President, what we're here today to deal with is conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede members in the discharge of their duties in breach of a privilege. I listened to Senator Vieira use two words repeatedly, and it bothered me. Those two words he used to describe what the public needs to take note of and what the public has been witnessing for some time now, and what he, the independent Senator Vieira, and others on the independent bench have described their feeling as. He used the word molested. He used the word abused. For any human being to have a cry out that another's behavior is molesting or abusing them, we have to take note. We use other words that I'll get into in a short while because I agree with him fully. I had it in my notes prepared to come and speak about today. This bullying behavior by complete cowards who have left the chamber here this afternoon.
Minister, I have to caution you. I ask you to temper your language a little bit, and I would ask you to withdraw that last description of members of the chamber, please.
They're not in the chamber, Madam President.
Minister, they are
I
members
withdraw the use of the words that I just did.
Yes,
thank you very much, Madam President. You see, to put it in context, on the 21st of October, the opposition brought a motion seeking to commence an impeachment on Her Excellency the President in accordance with Section 36 of the Constitution. And that is what began the start of that dark day and that moment in our history and our history as a house that I wish we could rewrite. And I'd like to start by just reminding persons, because I'm going to refer to it, of the importance of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Section 2 of the Constitution says in the clearest possible language, this Constitution is the supreme law of Trinidad and Tobago, and any other law that is inconsistent with this Constitution is void to the extent of the inconsistency. And persons would recall the history that gave us this Republican Constitution, and the men and the women who drafted it and where they went to get us out of the colonial realm, and that this Constitution would be the body of law that led us forward and continues to lead us to today. And I'm using it to describe the importance of what happened on that day. So let's start with Section 35 of the Constitution, because it is important that the country remembers the attempt to remove Her Excellency the President. Section 35 of the Constitution sets out very carefully and expressly the limited circumstances in which a president may be removed from office. One, where she willfully violates any provision of the Constitution. Two, she behaves in such a way as to bring her office into hatred, ridicule, or contempt. Three, she behaves in a way that endangers the security of the state. Or four, because of physical or mental incapacity, she is unable to perform the functions of her office. I list that out so the population, through you, Madam President, would know and understand clearly what it was we were all brought there on the 21st of October to decide. Because you see, the accusation unfairly and disturbingly made against the independent senators is because they each took a decision on that day of the 21st of October in an electoral college not to support the removal or the moving forward towards an impeachment process to remove Her Excellency the President. They were then accused, branded, ridiculed, attacked, and in the words of the independent senator, molested and abused for exercising what can only be their constitutional rights, but also their decision that nothing that was before them on that day in a motion brought no less by the Leader of the Opposition surmounted the level that I've just described to go forward with the removal of Her Excellency the President. And there is no civic or right-minded citizen in this country, knowing what we in the population know, that would have exercised a vote otherwise. We then move, Madam President, to the Hansard of what happened on the 21st of October. And in going through the Hansard of what started in the House of Representatives, it brought back not only my displeasure, but my complete embarrassment for those who participated in what can only be described as destructive, disrespectful behavior on that day, to the presiding officer and to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. In reading the Hansard of what happened in the House on the 21st of October, it reminded me an accusation of bias was made against the Speaker and another. And in the Speaker's attempt to respond to that, as the standing orders set out, via an announcement, at every moment that the Speaker attempted to speak, she was disturbed by the whole bench of the opposition. I want the population respectfully to cast their minds back to that disaster and the disrespect shown and meted out to the Speaker. We then voted and we moved to the introduction of something known as the Electoral College. The behavior that was displayed prior to that, and just to give the population some context so they understand what then takes place in the Electoral College. Prior to every member of the House of Representatives and every member of the Senate coming to the Electoral College on the 21st of October, we were all individually provided with a copy of the motion of the Leader of the Opposition. Every single senator, every single elected member of Parliament received individually a copy of the motion that the Leader of the Opposition assembled us for under Section 36 of the Constitution to deal with that day. The importance of that and the understanding of that is to put in context what happened next. Even before we got to the Electoral College, the Leader of the Opposition was permitted the opportunity, according to the standing orders and the guidelines, to present the motion. That is all the Constitution allowed. And the opposition leader read out the motion that we were being called upon as an Electoral College, according to a constitutional process, to deal with. That is the second opportunity for every member to know what we were being brought to the Electoral College for. For those who don't know, the Electoral College provision is set out very clearly here in the Constitution. And it's at Section 28(1) of the Constitution. Section 28(1) of the Constitution states, "There shall be an Electoral College for the purposes of this chapter, which shall be a unicameral body consisting of all the members of the Senate and all the members of the House of Representatives assembled together. The Electoral College shall be convened by the Speaker. The Speaker shall preside as the chairman over the proceedings of the Electoral College and shall have an original vote." I took the time to remind us where the Electoral College comes from and the composition, and for the population to understand that the framers of our Constitution saw the gathering of both the House and the Senate and the presiding officers, both the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, coming together as a unicameral body for important decisions, including a decision as to whether you should trigger the impeachment of a president. It is not something that happens very often. It should be something that we all as members see as a privilege and an opportunity to participate in, because the framers of the Constitution saw it so important that they wanted us all to get together. And on that day, we assembled. Senator Vieira has taken the time to go through the Hansard report of what took place when we assembled as the Electoral College on the 21st of October. And the Hansard doesn't do it justice, as it can't be expected to do justice. As he said, the country looked on, the world looked on. But when I went back and I looked at some of the replay on the cameras, unless you were present in the chamber that day, you would not have a proper appreciation and an understanding of the abuse, the molestation, and the disgraceful behavior that was displayed by the whole opposition bench on that day. But today we're here to deal with the senators.
46.6, and as I'd like you to rule also on the fact that the Speaker is referring to the opposition when the resolution is very clear. We are not talking about the opposition. We're talking about 6 senators. That is the resolution. So you can stick to that, but don't incorporate the entire opposition, because they are not here to defend themselves.
Acting Attorney General, I had pointed that out to Senator Vieira when he was moving the motion, that the motion is about the 6 opposition senators in the chamber. I've given you a little latitude to give context to your presentation, but I will remind you of that as you move on.
I'm guided, Madam President. I smiled when Senator Marks said that they're here to defend themselves, because I don't see Senator John, I don't see Senator Lakshmi Dayal, I don't see Senator Naked, I don't see Senator Leida, and I don't see Senator Roberts here, because they took a decision to disrespect once again the Senate when they left. And Madam President, importantly, in the motion, we must examine respectfully the conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede members in the discharge of their duties. Unfortunately, that conduct that is very calculated to obstruct, intimidate, and impede members is not restricted to the opposition senators alone, but I move on and I will make the point in another way. So the Electoral College gathered on that day, the 21st of October, and you see it from the start. The first thing you do at a gathering of the Electoral College is something called roll call, that every child starting school would be accustomed to. They call your name and you say present or not present. So we go through the list of who is present. And as we hit the 6 senators led by Senator Mark, this is what happens. So it is the clerk of the Electoral College. Mr. Mark, his response, Mr. Senator Mark's response, present but under protest. Madam Clerk, Miss John, present but under protest. Madam Clerk, Miss Lakshmi Dayal, present under protest. Madam Clerk, Mr. Naked, present under protest. Mr. Leida, and before Senator Leida could respond, in jumps Senator Naked to say, this is the most undemocratic proceedings we've ever seen in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Sustained desk thumping. I can guarantee that not a single government member or independent senator participated in that desk thumping. Because what that did, and it was the start of the disrespect by the senators on that, the opposition senators on that day, is it showed no respect for the presiding officer, Madam Speaker, from the get-go by these 6 opposition senators who are a disgrace to Trinidad and Tobago on the 21st of October. It continues. Madam Clerk, Mr. Leida, present and under protest. Madam Clerk, Mr. Roberts, present and ready to debate. So you see at the outset the behavior of these senators in their calculated attempt to disrupt the Electoral College's proceedings. And then you have, when they call the name of Senator Sipasad, Miss Sipasad, the interruption starts. And it wouldn't have been picked up by the television. It wouldn't have been picked up by the Hansard. But anyone present on that day would recall vividly, with a distaste in their being, from the word go, the behavior, the abuse and molestation that was meted out in particular to Senator Sipasad. And Senator Sipasad, as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago here today, as a man, I apologize to you for what you had to unfairly undergo on that day. If it were a different type of proceedings, I would have behaved differently and come to your defense, because what you were subjected to can never be justified. And it was distasteful and disgraceful, and I apologize on their behalves, because they don't have a bone of decency in their body to ever do that to you. Because you see, Madam President, every single independent senator, including those who are temporarily sworn in, take a conscious decision when called upon to serve, to step forward and put themselves on the line, bring their intellect and their bodies to the Senate to serve the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, not to serve any political party. And when you start attacking independent people who are prepared to serve, it is the beginning of the end, is my respectful submission. Because where do we then find decent people to serve? And I'd like to use this opportunity to remind Trinidad and Tobago of some of the exemplars who have served. I asked for a printout of all of the independent senators that served in our parliaments from the first parliament in 1961 come forward. And I can't call all of the names. In fact, I was shocked at the long list that they gave me. But I'll unfairly point to a few and highlight a few so the population can remember the role that independent senators play. We had Jeffrey Stallmeyer. Jeffrey Stallmeyer, anybody who's grown up and been into the Queen's Park Oval will see a stand called Jeffrey Stallmeyer. You had Thomas Gatcliffe. It shows you the different variety of people who were called forward and accepted that call by the president or whoever it was at the time to serve as an independent senator. You had Lorna Goodrich. You had Michael de Labastide. And that is what did it for me as a young boy, wanting to study law. When you look at the legal personnel who were chosen by presidents past to now, they have mostly been, not all, mostly been exemplars in the legal profession. Michael de Labastide, Victor Moutet, Louise Horn, James Manswell, Winfield Scott, Alan Alexander, the former head of my chambers when I was in private practice. A man who stood and fought with trade unions in Trinidad and Tobago, something I followed in his footsteps many years later doing. Gerald Furness Smith, Ramesh Diosaran, Krishna Budu Singh, Michael Mansour, Diana Mahabir Wyatt, Carol Mahadeo, Kenneth Ramchan, John Spence, Eric Sinclair, Julian Kenny, Eastlyn McKenzie, David Quamina, Christopher Thomas, who on the last sitting of the Senate, every bench stood up and said good things about. Philip Marshall, and I may be unfairly choosing on the business people and the ones I knew because that is where I came from. But there are many other names here that I look at up to present time. Helen Drayton, David Piku, Dana Sitahal, and the list goes on. And I have unfairly left out some names, but I took the opportunity to place on the Hansard and in an explanation to the population the type of personnel that are chosen to serve Trinidad and Tobago, not a political party, as independent senators. And the behavior continued on the 21st. Senator Vieira took the time to touch on some of it. You then had at page 9 of the Hansard, Senator Naked lead this prong of the charge, saying, we have never heard the completed reading of that motion from the member for Siparia. We have never heard the complete reading of that motion from the member of Siparia. Interrupting, of course, the presiding officer, Madam Speaker, presiding over the Electoral College, sustained their stumping because they would not allow the Speaker to talk. Then he continues, fairness and justice for all in this country to hear the completed reading of that motion. This is the same Senator Naked and others that I'll come to in a short while, who in this motion of calculating obstruction, intimidation, and impediment of members, when they leave this chamber, go and say the most despicable things on social media. And I'll come to that very quickly. So he continued, Senator Naked, we would also like for you, Madam Chair, to guide us in a way that is fair, not just for all, both sides, both sides. And this was not done in any structured way. It was done in the most disruptive way. The hounds were gathering. The attack was beginning. How I took the time a short while ago to say every individual in the House and the Senate received an individual copy of the motion. The member for Siparia then read the motion out. How could these 6 senators, because they all participated in it, come to the Electoral College and say, we don't know what we're here about. You have to read the motion again. Obviously calculated to disrupt the sitting of the Electoral College. And the population should take note. The population would have seen it. But as a person who was there looking on in utter amazement and disgust, the population will never understand the despicable behavior that we were exposed to on that day, which has led to this motion here today. And it continued throughout, but Senator Vieira had taken the time and pointed out in the Hansard of the Electoral College some of the behavior that took place that day. Madam President, what then happens is launches of attacks by members, these 6 members of the opposition amongst their ranks. Not all of them launched the attacks, but as Senator Vieira just went into some level of detail, when they left the chamber, I think he called it the noise bandwagon or something like that. That's much too diplomatic a term to be used. But I see how Madam President is looking at me, and I will bite my tongue at what it should really be described as. But we all know the type of behavior. The attacks were launched by the opposition and these particular senators, Senator Roberts, Senator Naked, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, all launched their own attacks. Senator Mark, up to this weekend, continuing the attack on the independent senators. And that cannot and should not be tolerated by a democratic society. The composition of the parliament is important for us to note, Madam President, because we come to this body of senators known as independent senators and why they have a role to play and what is their role to play, respectfully, in Trinidad and Tobago. So you go to section 39 of the Constitution, which states, there shall be a Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago which shall consist of the President, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. Pause. Her Excellency the President, lest we forget, is the figurehead of the House of the Parliament. Remember, I'll leave it at that. Section 40 of the Constitution goes on to say the composition of the Senate. The Senate shall consist of 31 members, in this Constitution referred to as senators, who shall be appointed by the President in accordance with this section. Subsection 2 of Section 40 of the Constitution. Of the 31 senators, 16 shall be appointed by the President acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister. They are known as the government senators. 6 shall be appointed by the President acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition senators. And 9 shall be appointed by the President in his discretion from outstanding persons from economic or social or community organizations and other major fields of endeavor. Worth repeating. The selection process or qualification process for independent senators from the time we had this Republican Constitution is that 9 shall be appointed by the President in his discretion and his alone from outstanding, first word of note, persons from economic, social, or community organizations and other major fields of endeavor. The reason for that can only be, Madam President, that the framers of our Constitution saw it as being important to inject into a democratic process where you have elected people, a body to represent the interests of people outside of the world of party politics. And I have been actively participating in the Parliament since 2014. And I can say that I have not seen, and especially with these sitting senators, independent senators, any behavior on their part that has ever led me to say, well, they're acting with political interest. And the suggestion that that is what they have done, which are the launch of the attacks on them by the 6 opposition senators, not only on the 21st of October, but continuing up to this weekend and up to today, I'm sure, is despicable and is to be rejected outright. In fact, it was sitting right here as the Acting Attorney General last week when we were engaged in the committee stage of what I thought was an innocuous piece of legislation that the independent senators were expressing concern. And at no point in time did I think, well, hold on, you all are yellow or you all are opposition. No. The independent senators are there to express their views. Their views are always welcome. We may not always agree on their views, but I have never thought when they express a view different to the government's, it is because they are part of the opposition. So I'd like to put that onto the record. That is the composition of the Parliament in accordance with the Constitution.
Acting Attorney General, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in winding up as a representative of the government, I'd like to say that the role of the independent senators is one that we respect. The role of the independent senators is an important one. It is framed by the Constitution, which is the supreme law. I've just described the words of the Constitution as to who should form the composition of the independent bench. I want to touch on what I have personally noticed, and anyone who is paying attention, or even if you're not paying attention, should notice, which is the continued attack on the female leaders of our country by the opposition senators. And I stand here today and I put on the Hansard without fear of contradiction that that behavior too must be dismissed. We must stand up in the realm against it and push back. Madam President, in preparing, I was reminded that unfortunately you yourself, as the President of this Senate, was subjected to it, and it became a privileges motion by one of the bullies from the opposition side. It's a fact.
Acting Attorney General, you still have to, there's a motion here, but you have to stand by, comply with the standing orders in terms of language.
I'm guided, Madam President. So Senator Roberts stands in the Senate, as he did on the 21st of October, doesn't get his way, like he's not even a child, like a it. That type of behavior.
Acting Attorney General, please,
I left out the first 2 words.
No, it's okay. It's not okay. You really have to confine yourself to parliamentary language, okay?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the UNC's position in the Senate that once an independent senator exercises his or her vote in any way that is not in accordance with their position, that suddenly miraculously morphs into that they're now a political party supporter, is rejected. The behavior and the attacks by these opposition senators continuously, and what we saw on the 21st of October, the attacks on Her Excellency the President, the attacks on the Speaker, both female leaders of this country. As a man of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I reject that, and I despise it, and I condemn that type of behavior and the attacks on our women. And it doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop in the House. It doesn't stop in the Senate. It doesn't stop in the Parliament. They continue it on their social media platforms. Both Senator Naked and Senator Roberts fancy themselves, God alone knows why, as some sort of social media commentators, speaking to trolls nonetheless, but attacking the independent senators. I've seen it coming out of this October 21st, attacking our female leaders, attacking our journalists, attacking everyone who doesn't agree with them. And that is a dangerous playbook. That's the last message I want to leave here with today. When you see an opposition only denigrating people, everything comes down to an attack on individuals every single time. And they know no one being left unscathed or untouched. To listen to Senator Vieira describe what Senator Sipasad had to go through, leaving the 21st of October, leaving the precincts of Parliament and walking back to her car, every civic-minded, right-thinking citizen of Trinidad and Tobago should condemn the 6 opposition members for their cowardly behavior in attacking another one of our female senators. What has evolved now, Madam President, and become the playbook of the opposition is to attack, denigrate, and defame anyone who doesn't agree with them. The population should observe and reject this playbook. They come into the Senate, Madam President, they disrespect, and in an unparliamentary manner, run to the virtual world afterwards of social media and launch attacks on people. So, Madam President, I stand here today as a speaker on behalf of the government to say that we support this motion. And yes, it is time for a code of ethics, but we support the motion and we reject the attacks on the independent senators, and we will not stand by quietly, not as a government, but as citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Mark. Senator Mark, I remind you that you have 40 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I want to begin my contribution on the matter that is before this Senate, Honorable Senate. I want to say from the outset that if there was ever any doubt or doubts about the very close relationship and what one can describe as an alliance between those who have brought this motion against all 6 opposition senators and the contribution that we just heard from the government. I think what is in the dark has now come out clearly in the light. Let there be no doubt in the minds of the citizens of this country that what we are dealing with here, Madam President, is a motion of censure against all opposition senators. This, Madam President, is akin to piercing a dagger, literally, into the heart of our system of parliamentary democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, let us understand what we have just witnessed. It is akin to trial by ambush, where the 6 senators are only now being told by the mover of the motion what the charges are, what the particulars are. No natural justice, which is an inherent feature of our democratic society. The mover of the motion has assumed judge, jury, and literally executioner, all in one. Madam President, the motion has been supported by the PNM. We heard it from the Attorney General. So we are not surprised. We are not surprised that the Attorney General has lambasted, attacked the opposition. And we are not surprised that the mover of the motion has attacked and also lambasted the opposition. First, of course, the opposition in the House, in accordance with our motion and resolution, and you had to stop him. You had to stop him, rather, when he was going wider in his assault on the entire opposition. But that is in the member's heart. That is in the mover's heart to attack, denigrate, try to bully, intimidate, harass the official opposition by this motion that was presented here by the distinguished senator. Madam President, we say that the motion moved by Senator Anthony Vieira is frivolous. It is vexatious. It is shameful, disgraceful, vacuous, lacking in substance. The mover, Senator Anthony Vieira, has not provided to this Honorable Senate any serious grounds for the basis of the resolution. It is about trauma. It's about traumatized. It's about feelings. As the youth would say, Madam President, the member is toting feelings. He's about toting feelings. Madam President, Senator Daly reminded the country this morning that when you are a member of Parliament, you must be thick-skinned. You cannot be thin-skinned. And therefore, Madam President, when you're in this place, you must be able to take it. And if you cannot take the heat, I call on Senator Vieira, get out of the kitchen. Madam President, I want to say that I listen very carefully to the language. You know, sometimes my language could be very inflammatory. And I know that you always advise me when I'm getting there. But I was really shocked at the language of this senator, the Honorable Anthony Vieira. And he used language, Madam President, that was extremely inflammatory, almost dangerous, highly disturbing, Madam President. You know, Madam President, he talks about a circular, he said the opposition, like a circular firing squad. That is the language of the senator. He's saying, in other words, when you look, when the innuendo is very clear. We are like killers with guns. You understand, Madam President? Surrounding who? An individual, a senator, who has been appointed, obviously, by Her Excellency. Madam President, we are entering dangerous territory. I want to tell the Honorable Senate, through you, Madam President, this is our Constitution. And no Senator Vieira, no Senator Paul Richards, no independent senator, no government minister, no government senator will avoid us from defending the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam President, may I remind everyone here that under Section 4 of our Constitution, every one of us in this chamber have what is called the fundamental right to enjoy freedom of thought and expression and freedom of conscience. We go to Section 55 of the Constitution, Madam President, and Section 55 of the Constitution makes it very clear that subject to the provisions of this Constitution and to the rules and standing orders regulating the procedure of the Senate and the House of Representatives, there shall be freedom of speech in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. So when we hear and we look at the contents of this motion, it appears to us, Madam President, that the mover of the motion is trying to regulate using conduct as his escape hatch in an effort to telegraph and to advise how opposition should speak, how opposition members should behave, how opposition members could and should conduct themselves. Madam President, this matter arose against the background of Section 36 of the Constitution. And we, as members of the opposition, made it very clear, Madam President, what our position was from the word go. It is clear, Madam President, that something happened, and up to now, not Senator Vieira, not Senator Paul Richards, none of the independent senators so far, along with the government, has addressed the kernel, the real issue. Madam President, something happened that has resulted in this country not having a police commissioner today.
No, Senator Mark, I have to caution you here at this stage. This matter, the motion that is before this chamber is clear. so that I will not allow you to go outside of what is before us now. Okay? So you are straying from the motion.
Okay. Okay, Madam President. Madam President, let us deal with what the mover of the motion attempted to advance. When we look at the attacks that was leveled against the opposition by Senator Vieira in the Express newspaper of the 22nd of October 2021, and when we looked also at the contribution made by Senator Paul Richards in that same newspaper, or one of those newspapers, both engaged in assaults and attacks on the official opposition. Madam President, the presidential senators or the senators appointed by the president.
Senator Mark, I understand what we are dealing with here. I'm asking you, though, that you have to, in speaking about your fellow senators, you have to abide by what we do with the standing orders, okay? So, please, it's Senator Vieira, it's Senator Richards.
All right, Madam President, I would say that both Senator Vieira and Senator Paul Richards engage in language in their open assaults on the opposition. Senator Vieira today sought to identify each senator by name and to call out what he described as conduct that he considered to be unparliamentary. But we have to be clear on what we are about. The Honorable Senator was in the Electoral College at the material time when all of what was raised and has been raised in his motion occurred. Yet there was absolute silence, Madam President. And after silence, a vicious assault and attack was made on opposition senators. Senator Vieira spoke out vociferously in defense of his colleague, and he did it again today, Senator C. Prasad, which is his right. But whether Senator Vieira was in agreement with the opposition senators or not, in asserting a point of conflict of interest on the part of the said senator that the Honorable Senator sought to defend against today, why did he not simply voice such a position in the college? Why he could not rise and indicate to the chairman of the college at the material time that he had some challenges? Madam President. Madam President, rather than proceed to attack the members of the opposition and train his guns particularly on Senator Jayanti Lakshmi Dayal, citing wholly irrational and erroneous references to the said senator appearance as an advocate attorney at law before the courts in a matter which served the benefit of the country by clearing up errors of law committed by the Attorney General and the government of the day. Why did Senator Vieira choose to attack and then bring this motion after the attack was launched against Senator Jayanti Lakshmi Dayal? Neither Senator Vieira Madam President, or his colleague, Senator Paul Richards, attempted in any manner to indicate their respective positions on the proceedings before the Parliament so as to allow the rest of the country to digest their arguments. Instead, Senator Vieira decided to go public and unleash what I can only describe, Madam President, as his petulance and sanctimonious outrage in the media. In so doing, Madam President, the senator has entered the political guile. And that, to our mind, is conduct that is unbecoming of a senator.
So, Senator Mark, I think I have to point out to you your contribution is going down a particular route, and I have to advise against it. This motion is not a motion tabled against Senator Vieira. And I would ask you, please, to understand what is before us and confine your comments and be relevant to the motion.
So, Madam President, Senator Vieira, in his contribution, said that that is Senator Vieira, received calls and support from ambassadors, judges, not once, but twice, and MPs for the stance that the gentleman, the senator, took up in his defense. And the question that has to be asked, who are these judges of the Court of Appeal, Madam President, that the senator spoke about in his contribution? Why did the senator choose to bring members of the Court of Appeal, judges of the Court of Appeal, into our debate today? Well, if the Honorable Senator has brought in judges of the Court of Appeal in this debate, then he owes a duty of care to identify those Court of Appeal judges who supported his position against the United National Congress. Because what the member is saying, Madam President, is that appeal court judges, by implication and innuendos, are involved in the politics against the opposition. I'm saying that is the conclusion
Senator,
that one could draw.
Senator Mark.
Okay, Madam.
Hold on. You are not confining yourself to the standing orders. You know that, and I would ask you, please, to drop what you are saying now and move on.
Madam President, I am responding to what Senator Vieira said.
I know that you are responding. I have heard everything that has been said in this chamber. I allowed you to say what you wanted to say, but you're carrying it a little too far, and I'm asking you now to stop.
Can I go now to the ambassadors? Because he made mention of ambassadors.
You may.
Yes. So what I'm saying, Madam President, when you bring ambassadors into the picture, into the arena, the Honorable Senator would need to identify, Madam President, who are these ambassadors that consulted with him and supported his call against the opposition. And then he goes on further, Madam President, Senator Vieira, by saying...
Senator Mark, a point of order has been invoked.
He's misrepresenting my statements. I said that they simply indicated that they were concerned about what went on at the sitting of the Electoral College.
Madam...
Could I just ask members, please, Senator Lakshmi Dayal, Senator Roberts, if a point of order is being invoked, please allow me to determine the matter. Thank you very much.
Madam President.
Continue, Senator Mark.
Madam President, all I'm saying is that whether the Honorable Senator is saying that these gentlemen who are ambassadors referred to the matter of the Electoral College, I am just simply saying, Madam President, it is quite unfortunate that in support of his weak arguments and his frivolous motion, the members sought to find sustenance and support by calling or referring to ambassadors. And I'm saying that if he went that far, he should go further by identifying, but I am guided by you. Madam President, the member also talked about MPs. He did not say, Madam President, if they are elected MPs or nominated MPs. But he did indicate that MPs contacted him and expressed their outrage and disgust over what happened in the Senate or in the Electoral College. So the question that has to be asked, Madam President, is this: can Senator Vieira, in an effort to ensure that there is transparency and openness in this whole exercise, who were these MPs that contacted Senator Vieira? Were they senators? Were they elected MPs? And the view that the UNC, the opposition, and I want to tell this Honorable Senate, and through you, Madam President, to Senator Vieira and Senator Paul Richards, and all those who may want to attack the opposition. We represent combined over 309,000 citizens in this country. I do not know how many people Senator Vieira represent. All I know, he was appointed by Her Excellency. And Madam President, I want to make it very clear. The very structure of our Constitution is being challenged by this frivolous and vexatious motion. Inherent in our Constitution, Madam President, is the concept of the separation of powers. And there is in our Constitution a provision for the leader of the opposition and for an official opposition. So when you hear, Madam President, an independent senator, Madam President, the whole concept behind a Senate of independent men and women who are like 9 individuals and 9 republics is to bring balance and sobriety and proper reflection to legislation that comes before this House at all times. And at the end of the exercise, Madam President, you deal with the public interests. That is what's supposed to guide these 9 individuals. Not to come at opposition members. Madam President, I've done my research and I've looked at Australia as an example. When you are bringing motions of censure, it's like the government bringing a motion of censure against the opposition. And now we have a second opposition party. Well, I wouldn't say opposition party. I can't say opposition party. We have an independent senator who, Madam President, I got the impression when the Honorable Senator was speaking, as if he was attempting to speak, I may be wrong, on behalf of the independent bench. I got that distinct impression. And I'm saying if I'm wrong, you can guide me. But I got that impression. And all I'm saying, Madam President...
Senator Mark, if you got that impression, but articulating it in the manner that you have is imputing improper motives. So I would ask you, please, to move along in your contribution.
Yeah. So, Madam President, what we are saying is this. It is extremely dangerous, Madam President, if you look at the motion that is before us, what is the goodly senator seeking to achieve, Madam President? Senator Vieira. Senator Vieira, in his motion, talks about abusive and malicious assertions. And Madam President, what is this malicious and abusive assertion the senator is referring to? He hasn't proven that. He quotes from the Hansard, somebody saying shame, 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 and somebody saying singing for his supper. He says unparliamentary. Madam President, I think that the senator has missed the mark. And then there's language in the recital here, Madam President, where the senator talks about obstruct, impede, influence, interfere with independent senators. Madam President, this motion that is moved by this honorable senator, he is speaking and the language is clear. He speaks on behalf of the independent senators. The honorable senator did not speak for himself. In the language of the motion that before us, he talks about independent senators. Did, Madam President, the independent senators caucus? Did the honorable senator get the authority of all independent senators to put their names down here? Madam President, it was a total collective that the honorable senator...
Senator Mark, I just cautioned you on this line of... Please, I'm going to ask you to move on. Please, and don't let me have to caution you.
So, Madam President, what we are arguing here is that when we examine the contents of this motion, we are saying, Madam President, this motion really does not represent a motion that should emanate from an independent senator. Madam President, when the motion talks about censuring, be it resolved that the Senate censure the unparliamentary conduct of the opposition senators, who by threats or molestation have attempted to obstruct, impede, and influence independence in the performance of their duties. Madam President, this ought to have been a privilege motion. Because a privilege motion, and the Honorable Senator talked about it in his release to the media, or his conversation, when he made reference to contempt. And I don't know if he got confused, but to bring into a private member's motion the whole concept of a privilege motion have us thinking as to whether the Honorable Senator confused the issues. When you are seeking to censure, Madam President, all opposition senators, we are in the minority. The standing order says that we must be protected by the Parliament. Here in the Parliament, you have a motion against the minority of 6. And Madam President, you literally have like a coming together. I'm going to say ganging up, but I know you might say that might be not proper.
Madam President, 46-6, please.
Madam President, this is what is happening.
Just 1 second.
46-6 and 46-1, please.
Well, Senator Mark, I will ask you, please, you're nearing the end of your contribution. If you have any new points, you can make it, or you should really just be wrapping up at this stage.
Madam President, I don't want to query you. I don't want to question you. We are the ones in this driver's seat here, meaning this motion is against us. The member who moved this motion made a lot of inflammatory statements. The one who responded that is acting, he made. Now the opposition, who have to respond to both, it seems to me that we are not being given the opportunity to defend ourselves. Whilst, for instance, the Senator Vieira was able to have a free ride. I'm not saying you give him a free ride.
Senator Mark, just 1 second. You are now questioning the Please withdraw it. Yes?
I withdraw it.
And move on. Okay? You have been speaking for over 30 minutes. All right? So you can just try and wrap up your contribution.
Madam President, I am saying to this Honorable Senate that this matter that is before us is highly dangerous. That is what I am saying. And I'm also arguing, Madam President, that when we look at what is before us today, we are seeing a clear attempt by Senator Vieira to undermine the role and functions of the legitimate elected opposition in the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. That is the point I am making. And I'm saying, Madam President, we have a responsibility to go through this motion and to demonstrate to you the weaknesses of this motion and why we need greater transparency. For example, Madam President, I would have thought that when Senator Vieira came to this podium to speak, that Senator Vieira would have declared his interests. I would have thought, Madam President, in the interest of transparency, we would have been able to hear from Senator Vieira, who has brought a motion against the opposition, whether the Honorable Senator sits on any government state boards or any government subcommittees, or whether him or his firm are in receipt of government legal briefs. Because there could be a conflict of interest, Madam President, in this matter.
Senator Marcus, a standing order is being invoked. Yes.
46.1 and 46.6.
Senator Mark, you are imputing improper motives to Senator Vieira. I cautioned you earlier in your contribution that this motion is not about Senator Vieira. And I cautioned you earlier. I will ask you, please, as one final caution, to abide by my rulings.
Madam President, I will always abide by your ruling.
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Madam President, I will always abide by your ruling. What I would like to say, Madam President, is that this matter before us, this motion before us, is a clear and frontal attack on the freedom of speech and the freedom of conscience, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. Madam President, I want to quote Erskine May's 4th edition, page 222, under the broad rubric, Freedom of Speech in Debate. Subject to the rules of order, Madam President, I quote, in debate, a member may state whatever he thinks fit in debate, however offensive it may be to the feelings or injurious, Madam President, to the character of individuals. And that member is protected by parliamentary privilege from any action of defamation, as well as from any other question or molestation. Madam President, the point I'm making is that we in the Parliament are entitled to freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And if the member had a challenge, Madam President, with what he considered to be unparliamentary conduct and behavior and abuse and questions of bullying. I don't know how he could come up with this term. Who was trying to bully who? Who was trying to bully who, Madam President? That is what I asked. So when you try, Madam President, to undermine by your actions and by this motion that fundamental right of freedom of speech in this Senate and in this Parliament, what the member is attempting to do indirectly without understanding it is to perpetuate an assault and an attack on our very Constitution. That is what the member is attempting to do. And there is legal protection, Madam President, in our Constitution for the parliamentary opposition. And therefore, we need to understand the role of an opposition in a democratic state. You cannot bring a motion of censure. We are not in charge of the government. The government is in charge of running the country. So if anybody is to be censured, it's not the opposition. It is the government. You bring a motion against the government, Madam President, because they are the ones who are spending the resources of the country. But you bring a motion against the opposition, and under best parliamentary practice, the opposition has a critical role to play in bringing the government to book and holding the government to account. But no, Senator Vieira is not concerned about holding the government to book or bringing the government to book. He is not interested in bringing the government to account or the executive. The honorable senator is more interested in bringing the opposition to book. So, Madam President, he talks about a forbidden city, a forbidden area. Madam President, I would say, Madam President, that Senator Vieira has to be very careful. Because when he talks about a forbidden city, or do not get into these forbidden areas, I want to remind the honorable senator that those who live in glass houses ought not to throw stones. And because you have advised us that this motion is not about the gentleman,
Senator Vieira.
Senator Vieira, yeah, I beg your pardon. Senator Vieira, I want to put him on notice that we will be going further. We will be exposing this senator, Madam President.
Senator Mark, I am sorry. Your time is up. That's not what I'm sorry about. I'm actually sorry that you are not abiding by my rulings. And okay, but your time is up. Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President, for acknowledging me and allowing me to make a contribution to this motion brought by Senator Vieira.
Senator Richards, you have 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. Whereas all senators have a duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of Parliament and defend it against disrespect, and whereas failure to uphold the dignity of Parliament by disregarding its rules, by using unparliamentary language, by disobeying and ignoring the authority of the presiding officer, diminishes and erodes public confidence in said institution. And whereas conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede members in the discharge of their duties is a breach of privilege, and whereas all opposition senators who were present at the meeting of the Electoral College on October 21st, 2021, made abusive and malicious assertions, imputed false and improper motives, and cast negative reflections on the character and impartiality of all independent senators during said proceedings of the Electoral College and in the media, be it resolved that the Senate censure the unparliamentary conduct of said opposition senators who, by threat or molestation, have attempted to obstruct, impede, influence, or interfere with said independent senators in the performance of their duties, and be it further resolved that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. And they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. It's a very popular prose by a German Lutheran pastor and theologian, Martin Niemöller, and I thought it fitting for many reasons to start my presentation today. Madam President, truth demands courage. Truth demands courage. Sometimes you have to face the fire because truth demands courage. Let me disavow Senator Mark, our colleague, from any such notion that Senator Vieira's motion implies or suggests that he is speaking on behalf of myself. I can't speak for other independents, but he's certainly not speaking on behalf of me. So let me disavow him of that. Further to that, I keep getting references that I attacked the opposition as reported in the press, and I'll put it on the record. I spoke to one reporter, Ms. Rhea Tate of the Express, and during our exchange, I was asked about the behavior in the chamber, and at no time did I ascribe the behavior to a particular person or a group of people. I was also contacted by several other media houses, including Rosemary Sant of Guardian Media Limited, which I declined comment because I did not want to be misquoted, not casting any aspersions as to Ms. Sant or her colleagues. Because I knew what was about to ensue. And my discourse today will outline why, in many ways, I was not surprised. And I'm not surprised now as to the continuing commentary. And this debate is important because as a country evolves, circumstances change, and reflection and analysis of ourselves, our systems, are important and critical to ensure we are effectively serving the people through important institutions. And I do not take this position lightly in any way. The Honorable Acting Attorney General outlined some of the people who would have served on this honorable bench, including Dr. Eastlyn McKenzie. I will also add to that Martin Daly, Senior Counsel, Dana Sita-Hall, the late Senior Counsel, Sophia Cho, Senior Counsel, Professor Ramesh Deosaran, Diana Mahabir Wyatt, and countless people, who have served and upheld the dignity and integrity of this bench. And I see my colleagues as doing no different. I think it's important also to put on the record that while I support the principle involved in Senator Vieira's motion, I have divergences in opinion on some of the aspects, in particular some of the phraseology, which might come as a surprise to some. But the wonderful thing about the independent bench, Madam President, is that the independents have the ability to agree or disagree with government, agree or disagree with the opposition, and agree and disagree with each other. And while I commend my colleague for the motion, which allows for a wider discussion about parliamentary conduct, and really what this is about to me, Madam President, is about leadership. It comes down to that. I find the motion, because of the way it's phrased, limited, because it focuses on the incident during the sitting of the Electoral College and focuses on 6 persons when the actors, in my opinion, were part of a larger cadre. And it's really about a much wider discussion, given what are legitimate concerns about how the people's business in the Parliament is attended to by all parliamentarians. I know it may be convenient to focus on the events of the Electoral College as referenced specifically by Senator Vieira. But to me, it's much wider than that, because when we focus on that, it puts the behaviors exhibited in a very limited context, and it seems to put the behaviors as occurring in a vacuum, as if it just arose overnight. And I think it's very unfortunate to limit our examination of parliamentary, or what some may consider unparliamentary behavior, to the occurrences of the Electoral College on October 21st. Because behavior does not happen, Madam President, in a vacuum. It does not happen in a vacuum. And human behavior is usually objective-driven. Human beings, some behavior is instinctual, but it's also driven by some sort of outcome or objective. Madam President, I think it's important to look at the evolution. And I know many have referenced, well, Parliament is not a tea party. Parliament is not for the faint of heart. Senator Mark, our colleague, referenced, very importantly, freedom of thought, freedom of expression. But that freedom of thought and expression is circumscribed by responsibility. So you may be able to say what you want as protected by parliamentary privilege, but it is also circumscribed by the ruling of the chair. And on many occasions, myself and colleagues in here have been stopped by the chair because we are going what the chair considers appropriate for Parliament. So it's not absolute. It's not absolute at all. And it's certainly not absolute and absent of any level of responsibility. Madam President, my feelings on October 21st and in the Electoral College were of dismay, but not surprised, based on outbursts I have seen in both houses in almost 7 years, and certainly before I had the honor to serve in this honorable house. Like Senator Vieira, I have the humbling honor of having been appointed by 2 presidents. Then President His Excellency Anthony Carmona, ORTT, and following which reappointed by Her Excellency Paula May Weeks, Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And it's a humbling and sobering appointment because it's an honor to serve my country. So I don't take being able to sit in this honorable house lightly. But as I said before, the reference or the maxim that Parliament is not a tea party, so I guess by extension, we should presume that anything goes. There are to be no expectations of mutual respect. We should not have a code of conduct, a level of decorum. People have different impressions of what decorum is, but I think not. I cannot accept that, but maybe I'm naive. Madam President, unparliamentary conduct is not unique to the events of October 21st, 2021. I ask you grant me a little leave to make two references to identify or to confirm that point, because I have seen equally egregious parliamentary misconduct, in my opinion. I saw in March of 2015 a vile, distasteful attack on then opposition leader Dr. Keith Rowley by Vanilla Allen Toppin MP at the time. And I've also seen equally crass attacks on Mrs. Prasad Bisesa, the honorable leader of the opposition, both as Prime Minister and leader of the opposition. I have seen members hurl vitriolic comments across the floor in both houses. So why do we think for 1 minute that the Electoral College would be any different? If we had not stepped in to stymie those sorts of behaviors or those sorts of outbursts over the years. And many have referenced, well, you know what, grow up. That's just the politics of the country. Gird your loins. You've entered the political gael. But if we fail, Madam President, to make the connections between these exhibitions of behavior to what we see in the wider society, we conveniently are trying to absolve ourselves of any wider responsibility, because when the population sees us acting like that, they get clearance and approval to do the same thing in the resolution of their issues and conflicts. And that is not the way a society should be evolving. But maybe I'm just naive. I am new to politics relatively. And the incivility in the country does not happen in a vacuum. While the country has an elected executive and a leader of that executive, leadership in the country is not exclusive to that executive, because there are different leaders whose constituents form different groups in society. So leader is really a collective endeavor. And all the leaders in the country in different spaces must be aware that we must take collective responsibility. And we are supposed to be the exemplars. So when we allow behaviors to be telegraphed, because all these proceedings are broadcast, they're available online, they are streamed around the world. On the October 21st, because of the precedent-setting motion, there was extremely high visibility in the country. Senator Vieira reference, which I think is a poignant example. There were schools and children looking on, because social studies teachers would have said this is an historic occasion and we want you to look at this. How are they to perceive and process what they saw? 7-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 14-year-olds, who would have disagreements, who would have conflicts. Are they to perceive, well, that is politics, they can behave like that? Or are they to see other sittings of the other place and this honorable house and see that kind of engagement and say, that is politics, that is not for them, but I am not to behave like that? That is incongruous. And that is what we need to be aware of. Madam President, I believe that one of the concerns I have with this, and I'll be very honest about it, is the phrasing of the whereas, and I quote, whereas all opposition senators who were present at the meeting of the Electoral College on October 21st, 2021, made abusive and malicious assertions, imputed false and improper motives, and cast negative reflections on the character and impartiality of all independent senators during the said proceedings of the Electoral College. While I think I understand Senator Vieira's mindset, I am fully aware also that we have to be careful that there can be a perception that a political line was drawn. And myself, as an independent senator, I have to admit I had some discomfort with it. Not because I'm casting aspersion as to Senator Vieira's intention, but because of how people in the wider society and in a very acrimonious and conflicted political environment may view that. But Senator Vieira would be able to best articulate why that should not be the case in terms of perception in his wrapping up. But I understand the environment we operate in. And I understand how that can be easily exploited, and I use the word exploited not in a negative connotation, but to be used as a tool for articulating a particular perspective, political perspective, which may not be productive, because I understand the environment we're in. So when I saw that, it was cause for caution and concern. Another issue that, to me, because I thought a lot about this motion, and I really commend Senator Vieira for having the courage to bring it, because it, as I said before, it allows for a wider discussion on Parliament and parliamentary conduct and parliamentary procedures. But the other issue that I have is, as I said before, the fact that it's limited to that event. And because of that, persons may get the impression that, well, it was all right for other parliamentary, and I use the word atrocities loosely, to continue, but it's only when the independents seemed to come under some sort of attack that we raised our voices. And that, to me, could be a terrible misinterpretation of the intent of the motion by Senator Vieira. And I think that also is cause for concern, because that can also be propagated in the public domain as well. They're only looking out for themselves. And that's why I think it's important to look at the issue of parliamentary conduct and a code of conduct in a wider context and much further than the events of the 21st of October. Madam President, in doing research for this, I really looked back at the history of parliaments in general and where it all came from. And it's important in our system of governance in Trinidad and Tobago. And there are several references to the Magna Carta or the Great Charter, which really declared the documenting the liberties held by free men. There was also reference to Simon de Montfort 1265 Parliament, which is cited as the beginning of a crucial parliament in the history of government that marks an important change to which people outside aristocratic classes were involved in politics and had a say in their futures. And of course, reference is made to the Model Parliament of 1295, which is described as England's first legally elected legislature. I also did some research on the importance of a Senate in a bicameral system, which from the history books suggests it's a deliberate assembly, often of upper house or chamber of a bicameral legislature. The name comes from the ancient Roman Senate, Latin senatus, so called an assembly of senior, elder, or older men, therefore considered wiser and more experienced members of society. And many countries have an assembly named a Senate, composed of senators who may be elected in some cases, in our cases appointed, who are really charged with the responsibility of offering sober thought, of bringing different backgrounds and competencies to important legislation coming in the interest of the people. And that's why, to me, this motion, as commendable as it is from Senator Vieira, moved by Senator Vieira, is important in that discussion in a wider context. I fully endorse Senator Vieira's resolution that a select committee be established to consider and report on a code of ethical conduct and behavior for senators. I think it is timely. I think if we let this opportunity go by, we may have other conflicts in terms of how we feel the business of Parliament should be conducted in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, this issue is about really leadership. It's about leadership. And leadership, true leadership, is about bringing people together by uniting and reaching out to other leaders and closing gaps. Because none of the activities in the other place and in this honorable place can be propagated without the acquiescence of leaders. It is not absent of a leadership component. And that's why I think it should be a wider discussion. No one leader can guide any country forward, especially through a crisis like we're facing now. And this type of division that we're seeing in this country creates gaps. And these gaps, as I close in our society, is why, and I asked Madam President for a little leave to move a little away, but still related to the issue of leadership in the context of this motion. This crisis we're experiencing now is partly why we are not dealing with all our challenges as effectively. Most prominently today, the issue of the COVID-19 pandemic. The divisions in society we're seeing now is the reason why we have a stalled vaccination national campaign, the reason why we're all lamenting 28 people dying in one day, and the reason why we're not seemingly able to come together as a country and close these gaps, as opposed to finger pointing and name calling and blaming each other. This motion is an opportunity for us to look at ourselves and how we conduct the business of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, as opposed to drawing party lines and diminishing each other at every step we can. And we also need, Madam President, to stop thinking about our lifetime. It's time for us to start thinking more in terms of generations and for the benefit of generations to come. The decisions we make today, our actions today, will affect generations to come. We need to stop being so selfish and self-centered. It's time for real leadership in Trinidad and Tobago. Real leadership will take us past these issues. Leadership that brings us together, closes divisions and gaps. We can choose to continue the petty, insular finger-pointing, name-blaming, deflection of responsibility, or we can choose to seize the opportunity and live our national creed. Together we aspire, together we achieve. Not just words, but a roadmap of who we are, who we should be as a country, and how we can get through any crisis successfully. Madam President, I close with a quotation from Maxwell John, which I think is very appropriate. Some leaders, pessimists, complain about the wind. Some leaders, optimists, sit and wait and hope the wind will change. But really visionary, effective, transformative leaders adjust the sails to meet and surpass the challenges of the day. And I thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President, for the opportunity to join this debate. Madam President, I thank the previous speakers. I know Senator Richards tried his best to have a different tone to this debate. But Senator Richards, I will tell you this. It's a nice speech, but not one for today. I listened to Senator Mark with extreme disappointment because Senator Mark's entire 40 minutes was anchored in one concept: freedom of speech. And for someone who has been in this House for about 30 years and someone who has presided in the other place, I find his understanding of freedom of speech in the Parliament to be beyond misconceived. Beyond misconceived. Section 55 of the Constitution, in respect of which you were very selective, Senator Mark, in quoting, is very clear. And every part of the Constitution that deals with this Parliament is circumscribed, because it is clear that the Constitution sets out those sections that deal with this Parliament. But it is the standing orders. It is the standing orders that we are called upon to follow. So for 40 minutes, there was a misconception, and if you anchor any argument on this motion around freedom of speech, you must understand what freedom of speech means in a parliamentary context, wherever in the world you speak. And if you don't understand that, you do not belong here. Section 55 reads like this, and I quote, "Subject to the provisions of this Constitution and to the rules and standing orders regulating the procedure of the Senate and House of Representatives, there shall be freedom of speech in the Senate and House of Representatives." This is not a free-for-all. And very early in constitutional law class, and you don't even have to be doing a law degree, if you're doing a program in labor, Senator Mark is a trade unionist. He was once a research officer for a trade union. You would know Collymore versus the AG. Nothing enshrined in 4 and 5 are absolute rights. Because if you had absolute rights under the Constitution, Collymore and AG says there'll be anarchy in the society. And if we had unbridled freedom of speech in the manner that the opposition has expressed today, there'll be chaos in this House. And freedom of speech in this House is constrained by the very words of Section 55 of the Constitution, which enshrines the rights, and by the standing orders which regulate our procedures. So when Senator Mark talks about toting feelings and we must be thick-skinned, it is ironic. It is ironic that you frame your contribution in defense of the Constitution without understanding the most important provision of the Constitution, Section 55. Because what we do here as parliamentarians is critical to the running of a democracy. It is critical. And freedom of speech is critical to what we do. We must be able to express ourselves. We must be able to debate and to discuss. But that freedom of speech is a protection from factors on the outside, including protection from the state, so that the immunity, the privilege and the immunity granted is in respect of civil and criminal action which may emanate from outside of the chamber. But what we have before us here is a motion properly conceived in the context of conduct within the chamber, in the most unbelievable place, the Electoral College. So this is properly conceived. Nobody is interfering with the freedom of speech. Nobody is trying to keep a parliamentarian quiet or a group of parliamentarians quiet. What Senator Vieira is doing is properly calling to account the conduct of members of this parliament and conduct that took place in this parliament, not on the outside of the parliament. The protections are against court action. The protections are not in respect of defamation, libel, of misbehavior, in respect of what happens between and among members in the House. And the protection itself is circumscribed. In the case of Roman Corporation, it's an old case, a Canadian case, 1973, Supreme Court of Canada case. Roman Corporation before Hudson Bay Oil and Gas Company. There are 4 elements of the protection. It protects statements made in good faith in the House and in the conduct of the business of the House. It does not protect you from malicious statements, slanderous statements, defamatory statements, disrespectful statements. It protects you from those actions which may normally have been conceived from external parties if you did not have that protection. And we see it. When you look at the standing orders, Senator Mark goes to May, and again, May's parliamentary practice again selectively quotes from that line. He says, Senator Mark opens, subject to the rules of the debate. So when he quotes May, he goes on to the words that follow after the debate, the word debate, ignoring that May's itself says it's subject to the rules of the debate. And what are those rules? Those rules are the standing orders. And when you look at the standing orders and you read the standing orders, and all of us ought to be familiar with the standing orders, you would see that a member cannot enter the chamber and start to speak. A member cannot speak and say just about anything the member feels like saying. It is constrained, and it is constrained by the standing orders. A member must give notice, Standing Order 15.2. A member cannot talk on and on and on. You have time limits, 15.4. If you have to give a personal explanation, there's a process, 22.1. If a minister has to make a statement, there's a process, 23. In responding, in asking questions and responding questions, we see it at every sitting. There's a process, Standing Orders 24 to 29. On the issue of privilege, there's a definition of what is privilege, Standing Order 30. And the rules of the debate that May is referred to are there in the Standing Orders 42 to 51. Dealing with contents of your speech, sub judice, the scope of the debate, and anticipation. You cannot just, in the context of freedom of speech, walk into the chamber and start to talk and say whatever you feel like doing. And that is what Section 55 of the Constitution says, subject to the rules. And that is what May says. And that is what every element of parliamentary procedure deals with, that you are constrained by the Constitution and you are constrained by the standing orders themselves. And what does this motion do? This motion deals with 5 areas. This motion speaks about a duty. Senator Vieira opens with that. In respect of a duty, he says, whereas all senators have a duty to uphold the dignity, discipline, and decorum of the parliament. And where does that duty arise? Where does that duty arise? A lot of times we forget that we all took at least one oath of office. One oath, at least one. Some of us were required to take 2 oaths. An oath sworn in as a minister and an oath sworn in as a senator. And that duty, I have not heard Senator Mark, and I'm sure I'll not hear anybody else from the opposition bench talk about that duty. Because this debate is about that duty. The oath that we took an oath in the context of Section 57 of the Constitution. And when you look at the oath, you see the difference, and you see an important difference in the oath that a minister or a parliamentary secretary takes and the oath that a member of the House or the Senate takes. Because Senator Mark talks about, we represent, he says, we represent combined 309, I think he said 309,000 citizens of the country. But the oath that a senator takes, and I quote, every time we swear in a temporary senator here, or permanent center, we hear it. And no matter how often you come, every time you come here to embark on the duties of a senator, you're required to take the oath. And the president says that a senator is required to take an oath. And I quote, "To bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, not to a party, and not to a side of the Senate, and not to a part of the country, to uphold the Constitution and the law, and conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I'm about to enter." And that is what this motion is about, and that is what this debate is about. That duty that we embark on the basis of that oath, to bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, and the responsibilities we exercise here in this house or in the other place are responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is not every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago who gets the opportunity to discharge responsibilities in respect of the entire population. There are 31 of us here and 41 in the other place, and the Speaker. A very small number have a responsibility that we swear to, we take an oath to uphold certain things. And this motion is a reminder to us. This is a reminder to us of what we are called upon to do. Because there's an environment and there's a background to this, And I want to refer to three specific matters. In the first session of this, the 12th Parliament, towards the end, we were called upon to debate a report of the Privileges Committee. And in that debate, I referred to 10 factors. In presenting the report, I drew attention to 10 elements of my contribution. And I said, firstly, the matter before the Privileges Committee and the subject of the report can happen to any one of us speaking on that day. And the matter complained about by Senator Vieira could happen to any one of us. And this is not about individuals, but this is about the Parliament and our responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I said that it is without parallel. And this motion is founded on an incident that is without parallel. We had not in the country's history had an electoral college coming together for that purpose. It's always come together for the purpose of electing a president. And what the Speaker in the other place on that day had pains in pointing out was that Regulation 23, while Regulation 3 of the Electoral College regulations dealt with the college functioning for the purpose of electing a president, much of what is in the regulation did not apply simply because the college was called together for something other than electing a president. And that is why the Speaker had recourse to Regulation 23, which allowed the House to regulate its own conduct in relation to that matter. And that is something that the some members clearly could not conceive. I said on that debate that that particular Privileges Committee report exposes parts of the standing orders that we need to examine. And of the two things that Senator Vieira asks us to do today, he's asked us, and none of us ought to object to that, to have a select committee appointed to consider the standing orders. I said on that day that such behavior cannot be condoned. And why did I say that? I said it because if we leave this untouched, and if we had left that behavior complained about to the Privileges Committee, it would have been the normalization of fear tactics, attacks on members. It would constitute a continued affront to the Parliament, and it would be an affront to the very oaths of office that we had taken. And we are back here today. We are back here today in respect, if we as a House do not reject that conduct, we are normalizing fear tactics in relation to how legislators treat each other. I said then it must be stopped. It must be stopped. And I'm back here today to say this must be stopped. I said that the evidence is there. And I looked at the record, as did many of you. I looked at the record of the Electoral College proceedings. And unfortunately, no fault of the Hansard people, but much of what is to be complained about was in the crosstalk and was not captured, but the recording, the video of the proceedings will tell the story. And I know what I saw. And I remember when about midway in my writing time for the newspaper, Martin Daly, senior counsel, said to me, nobody can question what you see, what you hear, and what you think. And I know what I saw and heard. And a lot of people, I can't possibly talk about the many members of the public. The people, our responsibilities are to the people. And if the 309,000 my friends say they represent did not have a problem, well, the rest of the country surely had a problem with what they saw. And they did not pin it on the opposition or the independents. They held all of us responsible for what happened that day. And we are responsible for what happened that day. And we have the means to deal with our conduct and the conduct of our colleagues. We have the means to deal with it. And I said two more things. I raised the issue of bullying and harassment. And you know, I was downstairs in the lounge when we were waiting to go. And even in the days leading up to that, senators were asking me what arrangements were being made for their personal security, because they were hearing that people were coming outside the Parliament and they wanted to know. And there was a lot, down in the lounge, there was tension in the lounge. And you could come and say what you want in respect of that. I am telling you, I was there. And as one of the leaders in this House, I had responsibilities too in respect of that. And where that took me is to the next point I'll make in relation to this. Because I said this motion does not fall out of nowhere. This motion is part 2 to the Privileges Committee report that was debated in this House. When senators were asking me about their personal security, I went right back to that day. I was home, January 6th. I was home. And I saw what was unfolding in the US Capitol. I saw what was unfolding. And I tell myself it's going to be a long night, a long week, a long year. And I left home and I went and exercised. Because the Washington Post on January 13, 2021 said the attack on the Capitol a week ago has left lawmakers with a heightened sense of vulnerability about their own security. And I could take you back to 1990, when the Parliament was stormed, when people were injured, where we lost a member of Parliament, and as it broadened, lives were lost and property was lost in this country. And what I felt down in the lounge and the days leading up, when senators were asking me about their personal security, I felt 1990 all over again, and January 6, 2021 all over again. This motion doesn't fall from the sky, This motion falls in the context of things that are said and done in this chamber and are magnified on the outside of this chamber. So while they walked out, my friends were able to post on their Facebook page a photo of Senator Roberts and Senator Vieira with this chamber as the background with the words "Massa done." And I said it on that Privileges Committee debate, I said it to you, that the combined use of legislative position and social media access is going to destroy this place and this country if we don't catch ourselves. Which brings me to the third context I want to give you. When 13 Republican House of Representative members voted in favor of President Biden's infrastructure bill, a war of terror started on them. And you know where the war started? It was Steve Bannon using his media connections to share the numbers of those 13 people and all the personal information of those 13
Minister, you
members.
have 5 more minutes.
And I repeat, we are going to be in big trouble if we do not pay serious attention to politicians who are linking to media, social media, fringe groups, fringe elements. And I will tell you today, criminals, in order to perpetuate their points of view and in order to do what they want. Because the great US was shocked on January 6th. And I myself was shocked with the conduct reported in that Privileges Committee report and debated here. And I, as a citizen of this country, as a former youth parliamentarian, as somebody who lost 2 elections in an effort to get into this parliament, to take that oath, I was shocked at what I saw in the Electoral College. And I cannot tell my colleagues and I cannot tell my friends on the other side how to conduct themselves. But what I could do is this. In relation to the motion, I could say that I support this motion. And I want to close with this point. There's so much inconsistency and misinformation coming from the opposition, and I'll only point to one. The Express on November 10, 2021, under the headline, "Kamala Tears into Independent Senators, Rowley Rubber Stamps." The leader of the opposition says this, and I quote, I want to remind you, honorable senators, no one voted for you, Vieira. You were handpicked by a president who was handpicked by the PNM. And if you don't know the facts, you will go along with that, you know. You will go along with that view that the current president of this republic was handpicked by the PNM until you go back. January 9, 2018, in a similar publication, Trinidad and Tobago opposition leader supports presidential nominee. And in there you will see Kamla Prasad Bisesa said she got the assurance from the government that Paula May Weeks meet all the requirements which allow the opposition to go ahead with the co-signing of the nomination. So it is the opposition and the PNM that supported the current president. And as Senator Vieira correctly pointed out, if when he was nominated or sworn in under President Carmona, if he was not handpicked then by a president handpicked by the UNC, then in 2018 he was not handpicked by a president handpicked by the PNM. The opposition cannot pick and choose the parts of the truth that they want to stand by. Madam President, I thank you very much.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. 682 cases of COVID-19, 21 citizens dead today. But we are here to debate a motion because a senator is toting feelings. We just had the Minister of Agriculture. He came out and made some statements going all across the globe and trying to correlate or interact or compare a debate and a request for debate with insurrection, violence, murder in the U.S. Capitol. I can't believe what I heard from the Minister of Agriculture. He came and said that senators on this part, before the Electoral College, were asking him about security. I thought he's the Minister of Agriculture, not the Minister of National Security. What were they asking him for? 2 cassava to walk in? For what? This is drama and nonsensical to the highest order by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. He said, and he quoted from Mays, and he said, slanderous statements and malicious statements and abusive statements are unparliamentary. Well, this was a novel case put forward by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. It seems that he is doing some law classes. He talked about constitutional law, and you would know that that's the first course you do when you start your LLB. But he presented not one quote, not one bit of evidence, not one statement from the Hansard which could be described as even unparliamentary, but started to talk about slanderous, wicked, malicious, and abusive statements, and not one example could he give in 30 minutes. Neither could the Honorable Senator Vieira in 40 minutes piloting this motion. We did not hear. I asked them to please put on record one statement from the Electoral College, one statement recorded that could be considered unparliamentary. Even today in this debate, as 15 PNM senators sit there, they had to call one from downstairs to come and debate because of the weakness of the bench of the government here. And even the president had to pull that minister up for unparliamentary language. But not one word. Not one word from the Hansard. We heard terms, not one quote from Senator Vieira. So, and then Senator Paul Richards would like to support the motion. He back, but then he wants to support the motion because we have to have a committee to determine what's unparliamentary. Well, the PNM and this independent bench would like to make certain words unparliamentary. Well, I scoured the Hansard, including the official Hansard and the crosstalk, and hear what's going to be unparliamentary that would cause insurrection of 1990 and the Capitol in the US where people died and so on. Undemocratic. The committee after this vote is going to go and say the word undemocratic is malicious and abusive. Please read the motion. We have not heard the motion. Madam Speaker, please read the motion. That's malicious, vindictive, vile, and unparliamentary according to this PNM and this independent senator's motion. Singing for supper. Singing, so there will be no more choir in Trinidad and Tobago, and supper, we won't eat. What is unparliamentary? Secret ballot? We should have a secret ballot, please, because we would like the independent senators to be able to vote their conscience without being put under pressure. That is totally unparliamentary. Let's call a committee together to vote and sanction these opposition senators. Oh my goodness, they are so terrible. Let's get them out of here. Trinidad Suite, unconstitutional, shame, illegal guidelines. These are some of the phrases that were used in the Electoral College. Not one word, not one unparliamentary word, not one bit of evidence produced by an independent senator who's supposed to be an outstanding lawyer. Senator Paul Richards is a media practitioner, a very good one, and he's been there for decades. But he came here to suggest to the Parliament, to the Senate, and to the population that he may have erred by speaking to a reporter. But if you're an experienced media practitioner across Trinidad and Tobago, very qualified and so on, you would know that if there was a combative situation between two adversarial systems or parties in a political system that has been constitutionally created, and if you are the independent senator, that it's very easy for you to say, no comment, reporter. I'm not getting involved in that. That is PNM and UNC business. I stay out of it. But Senator Richards chose to speak, and he chose to attack, and Senator Vieira chose to attack. And in his first 40 minutes, Senator Vieira pretended that on the 23rd of October, 2 days after the Electoral College, that he was quoted extensively in the Express, attacking the opposition, attacking Kamla Prasad-Bissessa, attacking his fellow colleagues, senators, attacking Jayanti Lakshmi-Dayal, attacking everyone. He just clearly forgot that. And any response to that came after his initial attack. And if he's an attorney, a learned one, he would know that self-defense is a defense. So if you pelt the first salvo and if you attack first, then you must prepare for a response. No one attacked you. No one abused you. No one was malicious. This motion is vacuous. The Minister of Energy and the Honorable Minister of Energy and Energy Industries came here today. And I'm not so sure if he was supposed to debate, because he was clearly unprepared. And I do not believe that he would come here and on purpose mislead the House. But everybody would know that when the Electoral College or the joint sitting of Parliament was called, the parliamentarians duly elected, the lower house was called first, and the motion was read there. We, the upper house, did not have that opportunity. So for the Honorable Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs to come here and say that all of us were there when we were not, either he's confused, he's overworked, or he's tired, because he has many portfolios that some of the senators, like the Minister of Agriculture, could help him out, but they don't seem to have confidence in him, so they give one man everything. But furthermore, why was this motion here today read out? That's the practice. We all got it on email, but I listened carefully as the Honorable President read out the motion. But we had all received it. That is the procedure. So to come here and say that the opposition was malicious and wicked because they would have liked the motion to be read, as is the practice of this Parliament, is totally untoward and absolutely not on. I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Energy Affairs and Acting Attorney General for denouncing and distancing himself from us, the United National Congress. On this side, we want to thank him for that. Thank you, sir, because we on this side do not respect nor identify with at all any Johnny O'Halloran want to be. The Honorable Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs.
Senator Roberts.
Yes,
Senator
ma'am.
Roberts, I have to caution you at this stage. I would ask you please to withdraw that statement.
I withdraw, ma'am.
Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Energy and Energy Affairs and Acting Attorney General did these current senators appointed by the President a terrible injustice today by reminding the population of all the great independent senators who went before. Senator Paul Richards said that he would like in an adversarial system for us to come together. But Senator Vieira, that's your job. Senator Vieira and Senator Richards, that's your job. The PNM and the UNC are in adversarial politics, debating, describing, changing policies and positions and so on. The independent bench, as independent individuals, are the ones to go above the fray, pick sense from nonsense, and come through and show the population what is good law, what is not. So when you jump to report and a reporter is asked a question, ask you a question, and you don't say no comment because I know my job, I have a job to do, and I have no opinion on the PNM and UNC business. When you jump in and attack one side, you are not doing your job. So don't come here today and try to put the pain and the problems of the chaos created by the independent bench on the adversarial politics that exists. Because the UNC senators, we are doing our job. The PNM ministers and senators, they are doing their job. And it is for the independent senators to do theirs and not jump in on one side and attack the others. As I listened to the confused ramblings of a politically bipolar senator, I wept, I shed a tear. It seemed that he was auditioning for a sitcom with Rudy in California. Let me tell the confused senator something clearly, because he may believe that he's a thespian.
Senator Roberts, please, your language is becoming very... It's insulting language that you're using about some senator in this chamber. And I will ask you, please, to desist from that.
Yes, ma'am, I will desist. But I can tell you that I was insulted today when Senator Vieira pretended to act and claim to portray my method of speaking in a way that was derogatory. And I would tell the honorable senator, while I may be able to parlay in different forms and fashions, that my parents are attorneys, my two brothers are attorneys, one went to Oxford and Harvard, I can speak Queen's English or I could line with the doubles man. And for you to come in this Senate and pretend to berate me, mimic me, and mock me in some thespian play for drama was derogatory, disrespectful, and would not be tolerated. The most abusive, malicious, and intimidatory words, and that's taken straight from this motion, unparliamentary language uttered here today, exposed and delivered by Senator Vieira here today in this motion, the most unparliamentary, abusive, strong, malicious language is actually typed up in this motion, as opposed to what purported to be put forward here by Senator Vieira as some misconduct on the part of all UNC opposition senators. He could put not one word on record. He could put not one statement on record. He tried to dramatize and be dramatic with words that are normal, common parliamentary language. But these words here about malicious and abusive and threatening and intimidatory, what on this motion? This motion is more effusive, more derogatory, breaches the decorum of the House more than anything put forward here or proffered by the honorable senator. The honorable senator said that the authority must speak, and once the authority speaks, you must listen and sit there. And I looked at him very confused, because we sit in a place where people fought for us to be able to sit here, or in our various shades, our various religious beliefs, our various textures. And to sit there and say that the authority speaks, and authority, and what authority? Suppose authority is incorrect. Remember the authorities locked up Nelson Mandela for 27 years? Should all of Africa have stayed silent?
Senator Roberts, you are going down a path that I would ask you to right now, please stop and continue with your contribution, but take another path, okay?
Okay, President, but I'm responding directly to what Senator Vieira said.
I know that, and I have allowed you a lot of leeway, but I'm asking you, please, and I don't have to spell it out, but you're going down a path that I am not going to. Thank you.
I'm guided. Traumatizing. We said that Senator Vieira said it was traumatizing to hear the words democracy, secret ballot, please let us debate, vote. Read the motion, please, Madam Speaker. These words were traumatizing in the Electoral College or the joint sitting of Parliament for Senator Vieira. But the issue that we were debating there deals with our situation out there with our population who's under threat of crime, criminality, spikes in murders, rapes, young ladies being murdered and put by the riverside, crime out of hand, a father being carjacked with his baby in his hands. And this is due to the fact that we have no commissioner of police. That was the issue that we were there for. And now you are traumatized just by some words.
I had ruled earlier in the proceedings, maybe you were out of the chamber at that time, but I had ruled earlier that any issues, we are dealing with what is in the motion and not outside of it, okay?
President, yes, I heard, but the motion deals with the Electoral College on Thursday, 21st, right there in the third whereas. That's what we're dealing with. Okay, but I'll move on because I have a lot and a little bit of time. Senator Vieira said that he is friendly with the UNC, loves the UNC, gives the senators advice and so on. That reminded me of an elitist saying, I am not a racist because I have a black friend who comes to dinner once a month.
Senator Roberts, I am not going to caution you another time. I have asked you to not go down this path, but you are going down the path. Please stop, check yourself, and continue with your contribution.
Thank you, Madam President. This motion is vacuous, malicious, misplaced, mistimed, and misses the mark, and presents yet another clear example of the tyranny of the PNM majority, consisting of overt PNM and covert PNM, giving cowards confidence, creating political mob rule by promoting reciprocal praise and upliftment of the immoral, unethical, and undemocratic principles of the conflicted. However, the tenets of democracy allow for the bravery and the strength of the persecuted few to infuse an element of hope into the wider society, which will eventually manifest itself into a casting off of the shackles of mental, moral, and spiritual slavery engendered by relics of an elite caste system long dissolved. The very choice of bringing this motion against the UNC opposition.
Senator Roberts, no. Your language is intemperate. You are still going down the path that I advised you not to, and therefore you have some time left. Please, this is my final warning.
The very choice of bringing this motion against the UNC opposition so that the PNM and others can gang up on the UNC opposition illustrates the interminable lack of independence in this honorable Senate. Because Senator Vieira would like the UNC to conform to his dictates, his perception of propriety, and his concept of decorum.
Senator Roberts, I had earlier made a ruling that this debate is not about Senator Vieira. I had made that ruling earlier. You can respond to things that Senator Vieira has said and in his presentation of his motion, but you are personalizing issues with Senator Vieira, and I'm asking you not to do that, please.
This motion is misplaced, for we were in the Electoral College, or some defined it as a joint sitting of Parliament. We were not in the Senate, yet the Honorable Senator brings a motion to censure senators to a different place. My advice to him is to take his motion to some other place. Crosstalk was the main issue brought forward by Senator Vieira here today. Crosstalk captured by the Hansard. Not one unparliamentary word could he quote, not one. But he never said that there was a problem with the muting of the mics, the thwarting of this democracy, and this motion
Senator Roberts, please, you are not going to now make a case for what happened in the Electoral College. You're not going to do that. You have, actually. You've questioned certain decisions, so I'll ask you to move on, please.
In this motion, Senator Vieira says there's a duty to uphold the dignity and discipline and decorum of the Parliament. Who determines this dignity, discipline, and decorum? Certainly not you, Senator Vieira. Wasn't this the Speaker's job? Is this motion an attack against the Speaker?
Madam President,
Discipline?
Madam President, I'm kindly asking you and this Senate, please, to consider Standing Order 53-2.
Continue, Senator Roberts, but just take my advice that I've given you before.
I haven't taken, thank you, Madam. And I just hold up, but I'm running out of time. This is Saturday's Express, October 23rd, 2021. An Express article in which the Honorable Senator was quoted very holistically, thoroughly, attacking not only the senators, the leaders of the opposition, the UNC. All of these highlighted are attacks on the United National Congress. No one attacked any independent senator. No one attacked Senator Vieira. This is an attack. I can't go through all, but I will just read one, for example, because the claim here is that our decorum and dignity and discipline. When you said, but what if you say that what do you say of Senator Jayanti Lakshmideyal, who was an attorney in the very proceedings? They want to say that the members of the independent bench are conflicted because we were appointed by the president, the subject of the proceedings. But the leader of the opposition who brings the motion has screened and appointed each member of the opposition bench. This is so illogical. The UNC is here elected. Our bicameral system, we represent 309,000 votes. We are placed here by the leader of the opposition. You, sir, are chosen because you are outstanding by the president to look at issues, to hear arguments, and to come to independent positions. So to compare your position with the position of the government, PNM, or the UNC is a non-starter, and it means that you don't understand what the job is here. The attacks continued, and the honorable senator went on to say that we are double standard, and the opposition was shame on the opposition. This is more critical. This is more breach of the decorum and the dignity of this house than anything you've said here today. You haven't made one word that has sounded as what you have talked. And you said,
Senator Roberts, you know you are addressing me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You have made claims, sir, that the UNC senators attacked other senators and were malicious. No, sir. Asking for points of order, asking that principles of conflict of interest be addressed, asking that, as the Minister of Agriculture said, there are different interpretations of Section 33. Constitutional law is beautiful because it can be interpreted in different ways. How do we do that? We interpret, we debate, and then there are rulings. The idea that you decided to jump in and attack the opposition, to attack the opposition for arguing, trying to present a different opinion, a different analysis, asking for secret ballot, discussing conflict of interest. If I were a judge in a matter and my brother came before me, wouldn't I recuse myself? There is no pecuniary interest there, but it is my brother, and I love my brother, and therefore it would be inappropriate of me to take part. That is not an attack. That is a simple principle of good governance, propriety, decorum, and dignity. You claimed also, and I won't go into it, Madam President, but the claim when you was attacking the opposition was that there's only opinion and speculation. I just state for the record that there were clear statements on the issue made which presented a factual matrix to be debated. So your initial consideration was wrong. What we have had in this Parliament and in the Senate over the years have been great independent senators. Martin Daly, Israel Khan, Emil Crown, Ralph Maraj. These are not the independent senators. I stand corrected. I am saying now, on this point, that when you are I withdraw that, sorry. I'm saying to Senator Vieira and others on the bench that the issues brought forward by the United National Congress were not just partisan ideals. Because we are the UNC, we are in adversarial politics with the PNM. Okay, that's fine, that's the system. However, the independent bench or the independent chairs, because they're not a bench, they're each individual outstanding human being and citizen, should represent and take information and present their opinion on the interpretation of facts. For Senator Vieira to start this motion and to attack the UNC, coming to a conclusion that the entire original issue was one of just supposition and opinion, flies in the face of other independent people who are not attached to the UNC, such as Martin Daly, Israel Khan, Emil Crown, Ralph Maraj, Larry Lala, Om Lala, Dr. Kublal Singh, Justice Frank C. Prasad, 3 Express editorials, 2 Guardian editorials, David Abdullah, Philip Alexander, Jack Warner, Ramesh Lawrence Maraj, Ravi Balgogamin Maraj, Professor Selwyn Cujo, Winford James, and Bishnu Raghunath. All of these people believed that information is needed, that facts, that more of the high office holders should talk.
Senator Roberts, you have 5 more minutes. And Senator Roberts, I caution you that you're being irrelevant right now to the matter at hand. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now, in Part C, whereas conduct calculated to obstruct, intimidate, or impede. This is quite strong language by Senator Vieira, yet he puts not one iota of evidence forward. He stated facts, and the problem is, he said that we are attacking another colleague for saying singing for supper. What is singing for the supper? Singing for a supper is a colloquial way of talking about a conflict of interest. Conflict of interests are real, and they're defined. For example, I took the simplest definition from Wikipedia. A conflict of interest is a situation in which a person or an organization is involved in multiple interests, financial or otherwise, and serving one interest could involve working against another. An interest is a commitment, obligation, duty, or goal associated with a particular social role or practice. By definition, a conflict of interest occurs if within a particular context, an individual is subject to 2 coexisting interests that are in direct conflict with each other. The interests involved can be pecuniary or non-pecuniary. So when the opposition is bringing up issues of conflict of interest, sir, it is not a malicious, vindictive, abusive, intimidatory attack on anyone. It is simply a principle. And a principle brought forward, if you have a differing opinion, you should get up and speak, debate it, and let your voice be heard. But you seem to be happy that you did not have mics in the Electoral College. There were other things. I will skip out this, ma'am, because I think you will rule against me, even though it was in response to the mover of the motion. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture brought up a motion of privilege in which he was trying to alert the population that it involves Senator Roberts. Well, okay. But in this motion, whereas Senator Vieira says that we, the opposition, imputed improper motives. Against whom? Really? When? How? Who? This was vacuous. This motion was frivolous. It was lazy, unresearched, and unsubstantiated. In the Hansard, Senator Vieira debated, for example, a motion of privilege that was brought up by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture against UNC Senator Roberts, and I have it here. And in fact, this is not crosstalk, but this is actual Hansard. Yet I did not cry and put a motion and come to Senator Vieira and come to the Senate to have him censured for imputing improper motives on my behalf. I suffer from asthma, always have. I'm been hospitalized and nearly died. 3 of my children have asthma. There was a meeting of the Privileges Committee.
Senator Roberts, you are seeking to for want of a better word, relitigate something that has finished. Please. So just, you have 1 minute.
Ma'am, but I'm not doing that. I'm responding to Senator Minister of Agriculture and dealing with Senator Vieira, who is saying that the UNC imputed improper motives, yet presented not one iota of evidence. But here, Senator Vieira on Hansard was attacking a UNC senator, saying that he attempted to thwart the process by not coming and ridiculing my asthma, which was imputing improper motive on the record and could have been censured. But I would not cry, Senator Vieira. I would not throw a hissy fit. I would not come here and try to play Pontius Pilate and attack an entire UNC bench. The mere fact that you brought this motion, you have done a disservice to all independent senators before, now, and in the future. We now have to consider a total revamp of this because it is clear that there are now 24 PNM versus 6 UNC.
Senator Roberts, no, Senator Roberts, you will withdraw that last statement. No, Senator Roberts.
I withdraw, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Madam, when do I end? 30 minutes or 20
Sorry,
minutes?
you have 30 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam, for allowing me to partake in this debate today. And I must say, I felt insulted by the last speakers, implying that I am now a member of the PNM. It's not good. PNM might be a very good party to join. But I feel insulted that my independence have now been brought into account. And be it as it may, I may need to defend that allegation that was made. Madam President, I must say Senator Vieira's motion seeks to uphold the dignity, the discipline, the decorum of this Senate. And also, he looks at the failure to uphold the dignity of Parliament by, disregarding the rules, and using unparliamentary language, disobeying also the authority of the presiding officer. And his motion actually says it diminishes and erodes public confidence and the breach of privileges. And all opposition senators who were present, made abusive and malicious assertions and implied false and improper motives. And that reflects on the characters and the impartiality of the independent senators. And he makes mention this occurred through the electoral college and in the media, and also he serves to censure the unparliamentary conduct or the threat of or molestation, attempt to impede and influence the integrity of and interfere with independent senators and their duties, and also to establish a select committee to consider the, and report on any such unethical conduct. So, Madam, first time I say, Senator Rambharat made reference to a newspaper that I would also like to draw reference to. And if you allow me, Madam, it's a newspaper where, I will have to look at this newspaper because it actually draws into the debate how this actually happened, and also the fact that, the improper motives that were dealt with us.
Senator Deyalsingh, may I just ask you to pull the mic more
sure,
so that I can hear you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. So I just wanted to bring into this debate a newspaper, Guardian, which was already quoted by Senator Rambharat. Kamala attacks independent senators. It was 20 days ago. It was on the Guardian newspaper, an article on the Guardian newspaper where Gail Alexander mentioned that the leader of the opposition roasted independent senators for their criticisms of UNC's behavior at last Thursday's Parliament sit-in. And also she made mention that the independent senators stepped into the political crease and we are doing battle for the PNM in the political guile. Also, she mentioned to the fact that the so-called independent senators capitulated to the PNM's will as opposed to standing up for the people. And these senators are handpicked by the president, so how can they be expected to vote to investigate her? She also made mention that the notion of independent senators has, over the last 50 years, bred the nasty idea that a portion of the population is somehow superior. They look down on others, calling them tribal-based, disrespectful, and disgraceful. It is an attractive concept for some who will always mimic their views in order to be seen as part of the elite class. Pandey called them the parasitic oligarchy. So we have, in a sense, invented our own aristocracy, where these barons and baronesses are handpicked, and they now want to lord it over the rest of us. Relative unknowns are elevated to given the right to pontificate on Diwali Nagara and to tell us what is respectable and who is disgraceful, because they are somehow above the ordinary citizens. But never say anything when the Prime Minister goes on political platform and curses those who oppose him. Some of their masks have slipped, and some have gone to the media to attack the opposition and the opposition senators. But you can't play mass and fake powder. So, Madam, when I looked at this, it made mention here that when all the independent senators could jump out of themselves to criticize the opposition for demanding the right to represent the views of the population, I took offense to that, because I personally never went out of my way to attack the opposition leader or the views or whatever had transpired on that day. And I think Senator Richards also made mention of an article by Vieira where when she interviewed him, somehow the facts were not right. He also said he didn't clarify that he named the opposition in any sort of criticisms he made. And ma'am, the same Vieira as in the past, anytime she writes an article about me, she mentions that I am Clarence Deyalsingh's cousin. And she did in this same debate that went recently in the Electoral College. She said that the opposition senators actually shouted PNM, and she put Deyalsingh cousin in brackets. And when you look back to a subsequent article after that, it was not so. They cried shame, shame. They may have shouted PNM at some other person, but they cried shame. So you have to look at certain things that are fuel in the press. That is it's really the reporters wanting to have stories kept alive. Madam, I would also like to make mention to another article when I actually had to respond to these allegations that the leader of the opposition had made mention to, and it was an article I had in the Guardian. Senator Deyalsingh rejects UNC condemnations of independence, and there very quickly I said it was unfortunate, and I reserve the right to vote according to my conscience and to disagree with any policies and opinions, both the government and the opposition. I also said that the independent senators, they said who could not be truly independent as they were nominated by the president and beholden to her. And I made mention to the fact that the opposition leader criticized us after the fact that we had voted, after we had all voted to say no. And if she thought that was so, that we were beholden to the president for appointing us.
Yes, I was actually going to caution you, Senator Deyalsingh, that the motion is not about the opposition leader and members of the other place. The motion is to treat with members of this chamber. Okay?
Thank you, Madam. But I know they are probably beholden to their leader, so this is why I did not know if they had that same view. But what I would want to say there, while other independent senators didn't really comment, I think Independent Senator Richards and Vieira did comment in the press, I really came out to defend my honor. Because I don't like people to look at me and say I am belonging to the parasitic oligarchy, and things like that is very insulting to me. I came out of private practice, Madam. But when I came here, I left a job in the Regional Health Authority. I used to get, after taxes, $450,000 a year. I left that job because it would have conflicted my interests as an independent senator. So I am not a parasite holding on to jobs. I left that job. I felt hurt to leave my clients here. But what I'm saying, the insults that went there, I actually went out and said that we need to work with the opposition. The fact is, the way our constitution has been drafted, the opposition senators and the independent senators are yoked to each other. We are the ones who, we have to have political entanglements because together we may be the ones to starve off any sort of legislation coming in that may be, perceived as dictatorial. So we have to work alongside each other. This is the point I made. And the point I also made, Madam, is that the persons on the other side shouldn't paint all opposition senators with the same brush. If Senator Vieira took offense for what had transpired, and he would have actually come out with this motion, it would have probably been because he felt that we were, as he put it, molested, he was attacked. But Madam, all of us come from different backgrounds. I, on that day, heard the opposition crying shame and all these things. But I really didn't take it personal. I looked at it as part of the political showmanship. Because, Madam, the Electoral College that day, when the speaker actually showed that no debate was allowed, I think we went into the anticipation there would be no debate. I consulted attorneys. I saw attorneys in the press, what certain attorneys said, Dave Prasad, other attorneys who were for and against, and I formed my opinion that she was right in how she handled it that day in terms of not allowing debate. We are all different. Yeah.
Senator Deyalsingh, I have to caution you as well that these decisions of the presiding officer in the other place, that's not forming part of this debate on this motion. Here.
Thank you, Madam. It is just that I was trying to make a reference that it was really the Electoral College, what happened that day. But I must say, when that debate came on, we knew the opposition senators who were here and others would have been backed in a corner, and they had to react. So how would they have reacted? So they felt that they had a need to react, and some of them would have been thumped in, some of them would have been trying to thwart the activities, but that was part of their privilege. And Madam, do I like it? I may not have liked it, because I've seen reference made to other parliaments all over the world, the United States Parliament, even UK Parliament. Madam, we have in the UK Parliament, they had a speaker there sometimes, John Burker, who looks at it. He always has to be shouted, order, order. And recently, he had to say the atmosphere in the chamber was the worst than any he have seen for 22 years when they recently tried to prorogue the UK Parliament. So references were made to other parliaments. And I'm looking at the behavior. And some other parliaments, it's disgraceful. Some other parliaments, like the Nepal, Turkey, and other parliaments, sometimes they come to blows. Assaults actually occur. So to bring that order that day, If you are backed as an opposition, if you think your mics are being muted, this was a reaction, and I understood their reaction. I didn't take their insults personally, and as I'm saying, we all come from different backgrounds, so we may take insults differently. I have patients who insult me all the time, so I am immune to that. However, what I'm looking at, madam, is the opposition senators who were there that day. I am saying, if we look at how they behaved, in my mind, it was really a reaction. And you see, madam, I look at it as political theatre. And why I say that is, we are here today to debate this bill, to bring the dignity of Parliament, uphold it. But on that day, when the Speaker was being verbally assaulted, when she was being chastised by members, when we were being, when we were called shamed, every single member on the government side could have raised orders to, even the Speaker then could have stymied that and put a stop to it. So at that point, the authority, the position of the Speaker to stop whatever was transpiring, if it looked so, unruly, members on the PNM bench could have gotten up and put points of order, but they didn't. So if they didn't do it here, why is this continuing? Not to say we agree what happened, but the idea is there was a time and a place for it. And I looked at that being a time and a place. And I also look at the fact that there are other avenues where we could have gone at. Remember, you see, if we looked at the fact that there's the privilege committee, there are other means where we could really have brought some sort of semblance of order into what happened. People could have raised points of order. So the fact that if we want to say that the opposition members behaved in a particular manner, the government members had a duty to try and prevent it, and they didn't. So I put it as political theatre. It's unfortunate. And I put it unfortunate. Nobody served to protect the independence, but we could have also after, I guess it was voting time, so it was difficult for us to raise any sort of motion then. However, what I might say is, you see, this motion brought on here also looks to see that, if it erodes the public confidence in this Parliament, does it do so? But, madam, I heard Senator Richards now spoke about the examples, how 7 years old may have to see the example of what transpired that day, and I agree with him. But remember, we have to appreciate the fact that if we are looking at the persons on the outside judging us, we have to say, is it that the behavior that I must now judge opposition senators, is that a behavior that I've seen in other parliaments? And I said yes. Is that a behavior I've seen in parliaments over the years? And I have to say yes. I have seen certain instances in Parliament, madam, where it left a lot to for us to wish for something better, So crying of the shame, having me to try to see if I would put my moral code on the behavior of the independents. It's a little difficult for me because, you see, my moral code may be different from another person's moral code. I may think that no member should be serving here in government if they are unfaithful to their wife because they may cheat in the treasury and other things too. So my moral code, my idea and behavior, it's difficult for me to say what is accepted or what is not accepted. I think so I look to judge, should I support this motion or should I see what transpired in the past? Madam, in the past, we had leaders using very hurtful, abusive language. And we had leaders calling their opposition a snake, a weak creature who trembled at every limb. Others who refer to a previous Prime Minister, Mr. Robertson, as a thief. We had others who would have referred to even the Guardian newspaper as a Jamet of St. Vincent Street. We have some people saying, let the jackass sing. We had people saying they had crappos, not a dog bark. We had persons saying that the infamous four were Judas's Kubu. And those were different political parties, different leaders. And both of them were widely supported. So it's not to say I now could now bring my moral code. If the citizens knew the first Prime Minister said certain things, then Mr. Basu Pandey said certain things, that even after 1977, somebody described members of their own party as the afterbirth of their party, it saves me to say, how could I now dictate? Right in the Parliament, somebody was referred to as a raging bull, out of control, and you had Wajang. Those are a Prime Minister say those things in Parliament for a sitting member of Parliament who now occupies the highest office. This is what the population saw, madam, and this is what the population voted for people. So I am saying is, am I to support this motion, or to say that I want to put a standard on these opposition persons, or that calls for a major paradigm shift in the culture, or should I say, let the population decide? Let the population decide who they want to lead them. Let the population decide and vote. There's a by-election there soon. Let them vote if they like that type of behavior in Parliament. I am not an elected member, but the voters outside could decide in their by-election if they want what transpired, they like it, vote their people in. So it is the populace must decide that. However, I do not like what will transpire in terms of name callings and these things. And I honestly believe that, yes, a code of ethics should be instilled, but not in the Parliament, for outside, for political debate when there's election time. The last year for election, I'm hoping we could have instituted a code of ethics there for what's happening outside. Probably the Council of Responsible Political Behavior headed by Dr. Bishnu Raghunath could do these things, rather than here I try to say, yea or nay, do I really agree with sensing persons here? So, madam, I think that both sides had a lot of shortcomings. And I also would like to make mention to the fact that Senator Rambharat made mention that how this, what transpired, reminded him of the 1990 coup. I remember he brought that up, madam. So he tried to equate both of them. And I think an opposition senator tried to say, how could you prepare? But madam, what I'm trying to say is this. If voted members of Parliament, we are trying to censure, and you have an insurgent coming to Parliament in 1990, and you had that insurgent, people died, people were shot, he made a mockery out of Parliament. And after that, you found he was encouraged by political parties on both sides. He said it before Mr. Abu Bakr, before he died. He said both people both political parties actually allowed me to come and help them to mobilize. So what example are we saying? As an independent, I'm looking at government saying one thing, opposition saying something, but the person who really, the person who really desecrated Parliament the most, he was allowed to go on both sides. He kept his properties. He had a funeral that flouted all the
Senator
regulations.
Deyalsingh, I'm not sure I'm following the relevance of what you're saying there to the motion that is before us. So could I just ask you to...
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say, madam, is that if we are looking to try to censure opposition senators who are voted in, why did we serve as exemplars before to punish, to prevent people who made a greater mockery out of Parliament, allow them to have all those freedoms outside, allow them to have a COVID-free funeral with lots of people there? It means that I don't think that I feel comfortable, trying to censure elected members while the example shows people on both sides actually encourage these people. I mean, is the eternal flame extinguished? I don't know. Madam, I would like to say that part of the motion also leads to the fact that, we have to try to consider, as I say, the select committee to be established. And I said, I disagree with that. I would rather some sort of censorship comes from the populace. And I have to, if you allow me, madam, I'd like to quote Martin Daly, because he was actually mentioned on sides as being an independent senator of high acclaim. And I want to quote a newspaper and an interview he did on Thursday, 20th of October, where Martin Daly, speaking on this instance, said he would not like to see the independent senators, it's not our duty to seek to censure either side of the divide. That was his opinion. It is not the independent senator duty. And while Senator Vieira may have his reasons, he felt hurt, he wants to bring that decorum to Parliament, I would like to say that I supported the view of Martin Daly in the sense I don't think it was my duty to seek to censor either side. I could speak out about parliamentary behavior, and he also said he considered it unfortunate that some of senators would be trapped in this position. And he said we should learn to take fatigue. He said when we were in school, we would have gotten teased, we would have gotten criticized, and if we didn't learn to take somebody calling me a shame or whatever, if you're true to yourself, you should, as I say, let that roll off your back. So it was his opinion that he made mention that this motion here today, he said, will further fan the flames and hostilities in Parliament. And I don't know how these people are going to be able to sit down and do anything together. He made mention also that he was concerned that some of the independent senators may not want to get involved in the fight between the opposition and the government. And he said this is not their fight, meaning independent senators. If the government and the opposition have hostilities, the Speaker is there to sort it out as best as she can. That to me is a big what next problem. So he had his reservations. He also said that, we should not be intimidated by the verbose language directed from either the opposition or the government. And we should be like that. We should be strong enough to take the job, as we want to say. He said, you may not like it, it may hurt you, but I'm not sure that language requires that you necessarily respond, particularly if you are part of an institution, a constitutional institution, the independent bench that is supposed to stand slightly away. It has nothing to do with snobbery. So I must say that I want to agree with what this former senator says. I want to say that in agreeing with him, I do not think we should get involved. I think the people should decide. I think that there's internal mechanisms in place if we want to bring action, privilege actions against it. And you see, it's not just the opposition don't trust us, madam. Madam, the amount of time DG has to bring that Surat sort of legislation just to make sure he gets the 3/5 majority. It seems he and all have some reservation of the independence of the independent senators. Because if we were all doing his bidding, or the government's bidding, he would not have been able to bring this judgments from time to time to get around, as I say, the 3/5 majority. So therefore, I must say, I would hope within themselves, the members who are in this chamber decides that what is proper conduct, but it comes from training, it comes from what you see your past leaders doing, it comes from what the people will vote you to continue. But I'm thinking deep down they should realize certain things, would definitely make us a country where the young ones, as Senator Richard said, would be affected. But I think it has to be from within, from the training, from what's good for our nation.
Senator Deyalsingh, you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam. So I'm saying I would leave it up to the the Privilege Committee, the Integrity in Public Life. These are the this is how I rather handle cases like this. I also would like to think that based on the starting, what I started with quoting the newspaper article and what was also quoted by Senator Rambharat, I think it's unfortunate that the leader of the opposition paints all of us, all the independent senators, with the same brush. We are each independent persons. We each have our own opinion. I have never conspired with anyone to bring this motion here today. So I think that should be drawn out of Senator Mark's head on. And I want to say that I think the other side, the opposition senators, may have to apologize to certain senators. And I must say, if given the opportunity, I would open my services to mediate between any independent senators and the opposition, because it's really for the benefit of our country. Thank you, Madam.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this House be now adjourned to Tuesday, 30th November 2021 at 10 a.m. On that day, we propose to deal with the Special Economic Zones Bill. Thank you very much.
Honourable Senators, there are two matters that are to be raised. Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it gives me no pleasure in bringing this first motion to your attention and to the citizens' attention. And it has to do, again, with the failure of the Minister of Finance to follow the law as enshrined in a particular piece of legislation that I'm about to refer to. Madam President, I refer to the National Insurance Act of Trinidad and Tobago. And under Section 3, subsection 2, it states very clearly, and I quote, "The board shall consist of 11 members, designated directors, who shall be appointed by the minister as follows: 3 members nominated by the government, 3 members nominated by the associations most representative of business, and 3 members nominated by the associations most representative of labor." And then it goes on to talk about a person who, in the opinion of the minister, is independent of government, business, and labor, who shall be the chairman, and of course the executive director, who is an ex officio member. Madam President, I had cause last week to draw to your attention the failure of the minister to appoint members of the customs brokers and customs clerk. But being conscious that this motion was coming, the minister ran quickly and appointed these individuals. I am sorry today, Madam President, that I have to file a motion, a matter on emotion, to ask the Honorable Minister to obey the law, Madam President. Madam President, I have correspondences in my possession in which the Minister of Finance, through his permanent secretary, wrote to the National Trade Union Center on the 15th of June 2021, advising them that the time for appointing a new director had arrived. And that was proper. So the union was communicated. That is the federation. They dutifully acknowledge the receipt of the correspondence, and they were invited to submit their nomination or their nominee by June the 30th, 2021. Madam President, the unions responded to this correspondence to the Minister of Finance, Permanent Secretary, on the 14th of October 2021 by stating, and I want to quote for the record, Madam President, reference is made to your letter dated August 30th, 2021, which nominated representatives of your organization to serve as representatives of labor on the board of management of the NIB of TNT. You are advised that after careful consideration, it has been decided to seek fresh nominations. That is coming from the Permanent Secretary, right? The Minister, Permanent Secretary, is advising NATUC that they want NATUC to seek and submit fresh nominations from representatives who have not served on the board of management of NIB-TT before. In this regard, you are requested to provide the names of a nominee to serve as director and an alternate to the director from your organization, from among members or persons who have not served on the board previously, who may be considered for appointment on the board of management of the NIB in accordance with Section 3 of the NIB. Madam President, I laugh. This is not the prerogative of the Minister of Finance to consider any appointee or nominee from NATUC. The law is clear. They submit their name, the minister accepts the name, and those people are made members of the board. Why is the minister seeking to interfere with who becomes a nominee and thereby a director of the NIB Board of Trinidad and Tobago? And this was a former member of WIGOT in his heyday. I'm talking about the Minister of Finance. He was a former trade unionist. Why is the minister seeking to direct somebody to sit on the NIB board when he does not have the authority under the law to do so? And Madam President, this is disconcerting. Why is the minister doing this, Madam President? This has now forced the National Trade Union Movement, or Center, to respond in a very harsh way to the minister. And I must quote for you their response, Madam President. I know I don't have much time, but it is important to quote a few sections. I refer to your letter, October the 14th, 2021, and wish to advise that as far as NATUC is concerned, we have seen no restrictions outlined in the National Insurance Act which negates the nominees proposed to represent NATUC on the board of the NIB for this new term. After mature contemplation regarding the contents of the previously mentioned letter, you would appreciate that pursuant to Section 3 of the Act, NIB-TT was established as a body corporate and consists of 11 members, and they went on to outline that. Furthermore, the only provision that pertains to reappointment as a director to the board are set out under subsection 5, which provides as follows, and they went on to talk about the appointment to the office of director. As such, according to the law, the appointment as a director to the NIB is not limited by the number of previous appointments. Furthermore, to impose, hear the language, to impose a requirement on labor representatives to submit a nominee who has not served on the board of the NIB previously would be acting ultra vires the provisions and or intent of the Act. And Madam President, it goes on to indicate that we are concerned that such a requirement has not been mandated to the nominations arising from either the government or business. So it appears, Madam President, that the minister has no problem with the business representatives. But when it comes to the labor representatives, under Section 3 of the NIB law, which says that they are supposed to appoint 3 individuals to serve as directors, as well as 3 alternates, the Minister of Finance is directing labor that he is fed up with all of those persons who have served before, and those that you are now nominating, take them back, send fresh ones, because the minister does not like the nominees that you have put forward. Madam President, that is unacceptable. Why is the minister continuing to violate and breach the law when the law said clearly that that responsibility lies with the federation? So I have to bring this thing a second time in 2 weeks to get the minister to obey the law, to uphold the law, Madam President. Madam President, I hope I don't have to come a third time. I call on the Minister of Finance, and I'm sure, Madam President, as I conclude, the minister is aware that I am coming here today with this matter, and I wouldn't be surprised when he rises to speak, he tells you, Madam President, that he has appointed these people already, because he knew I was coming. So, Madam President, I call on the minister to do his job and stop interfering with labor matters. Thank you, Madam President.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President, it is always an honor to come to this Senate. But whenever I have the misfortune of answering a matter from Senator Mark, I'm reminded of Macbeth, Act 5, Scene 5, and of a tale full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The board of the National Insurance is properly appointed, including the Labour nominees.
Senator Mark, can you move on to your next matter, please? Yes, I'm inviting you to.
President, is my mic muted?
Unless you're muting yourself, Senator Mark.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
I was speaking, but I couldn't. Anyway, I'm hearing myself now. Madam President, this matter of the property tax. This tax, I want to tell the Honorable Minister of Finance, is dreaded, it is draconian, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly the working man and woman, cannot afford at this time to pay any property tax. I have brought this motion, Madam President, because November the 30th is approaching, and they may have to build large cells throughout this island to make sure that people are jailed, because the citizens cannot afford to complete any forms to submit to the valuation division by the November the 30th. That's the first point. So there will be little forms being submitted by the 30th of November, which may leave the minister with no choice but to extend the time. But we are not interested in extending the time only or alone. We are calling on the government of Trinidad and Tobago to revisit, Madam President, this property tax. It is too onerous. It is heartless for a government at a time, Madam President, when poor people, ordinary people, the marginalized, the vulnerable in our country, when there's so much unemployment, underemployment, growing crime and social challenges in our nation, when inequalities continue to expand and grow, Madam President, for a government to seek in this guava season, to seek to impose this dreaded and draconian property tax on the backs of the people. Madam President, whether you are a squatter, whether you are a renter, whether you are an owner, you have to pay this dreaded property tax, which will lead, Madam President, to a skyrocketing cost of living. And why is the government only choosing residential commercial and agricultural owners to put this burden on them? Why not go after the industrial users? These are people, Madam President, who might be in a better position to carry that burden, but not the ordinary residents or citizens who have residential properties, the commercial people and the agricultural. So I have brought this matter, Madam President, to once again appeal to the government. Reconsider this particular tax. It is too onerous. People cannot afford to pay any property tax. We should seek, Madam President, to galvanize, mobilize our resources, think creatively to get new areas of production being generated in our country, to generate more revenues for our land and more employment opportunities for our citizens. You cannot just impose this tax over and over on the backs of the people. People rejected this in 2010, and the government has now reimposed this tax on the people. So, Madam President, I call on the Minister of Finance to give an undertaking to this Honorable Senate and to the people of this country. One, the government must not impose that property tax on the population. We want an undertaking from the minister that the government will review this tax. Secondly, whilst the government is reviewing this tax, Madam President, the people are saying they cannot meet that deadline that the government is seeking to impose on them, which is on the 30th of November. So that's another area that the people are saying they cannot meet, they cannot satisfy. And thirdly, Madam President, I think that the government must seek out more creative ways and means of generating revenues in our country rather than taxing us. Madam President, let the minister come up with more creative ways and means. And if the government of Trinidad and Tobago cannot deal with the transformation and the development and finding new ways of generating employment and revenues and expanding production, I call on them to get out of the way, call elections, and let the UNC take control of this country, because we have the ideas. We have the ideas, Madam President. We have the solutions. And we don't have to impose a property tax on the population. We said we will revisit the property tax. We are not in support of it in its current form. We're going back to the old land and building tax arrangement, but not the property tax in the form that it is in at this time. So we call on the Minister, Madam President, through you, to review that tax. Stop that draconian and dreaded tax that is imposing on the population. Because just as how we impose taxes on gasoline on 3 times, and he said nobody a riot, yet I want to warn him, if he imposes property tax, what is wished for, what he's wishing for, he may get. I'm not threatening anybody, but I'm saying, Madam President,
Senator Mark, that last statement is unacceptable. I'll ask you to withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President, I was listening to the member, and when he said we must galvanize other areas, I began to think about a process of immersing iron in hot zinc. I was wondering if that is what he was talking about. Because Senator Mark has a tendency to just come into this honorable place and scream and rant and rave. The fact of the matter is that the PNM has gone to the polls on 2 occasions, in 2015 and 2020, and on both occasions we have made it crystal clear, unambiguously, that it is our intention to implement the property tax, both in 2015 and in 2020. That was in our manifesto. So it was no secret, and we won both elections based on our election manifestos, Madam President. In addition, and I'm not referring now to anything said by the senator because, as I said, he just rants and raves and screams. Some of the members of the opposition are engaged in a bit of terrible misinformation at this point in time. Honorable senators will be aware that there is a miscellaneous provisions local government reform amendment bill before the Parliament. And in clause 78 of that bill, it is proposed, and it is the policy of this government, that residential property taxes shall be collected by local government bodies, of which there are 14, 7 of which are controlled by the opposition and 7 of which are controlled by the PNM. So that clause 78 makes it clear that it is a policy of this government that local government bodies, whether opposition or PNM, shall be empowered to collect and retain residential property tax. And this is part of our manifesto as well in 2015 and in 2020, where we indicated that we intended to create a permanent and sustainable revenue stream for local government bodies in order to enable them to provide a better service to their burgesses. So to respond to Senator Mark, I reject his assertion. This is not an onerous imposition. I reject his assertion with respect to the population not in support of this. We have put it twice in our general election manifesto, and it is intended to provide a proper, sustainable, permanent revenue stream for local government bodies, whether they are of the PNM or they are not. Thank you, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, November the 30th, 2021 at 10 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, November the 30th, 2021 at 10 a.m.